Welcome to tonight's City Commission meeting. The date is December. The date is January 12th, 2023, and all members are present from the commission. We also have with us Charles Rudd, city manager. We have Bobby Pickens, our city attorney. We have Sheila Walker. She's with our HR. And we have Pam. She is with our code enforcement. She's our code enforcement officer. And Captain Ussery, he is with the sheriff's department. So everyone is present. Thank you for being here at this time. If you would please stand. Commissioner Banks, if you'll offer a invitation.
Father, once again, we give you thanks and we give your name the glory and we honor you tonight. We pray that you be with us in this meeting and lead us and guide us in the way that we should go. Continues to bless our community and our citizens. Continue to bless this commission. In your son Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. It's been, I hope everyone had a great holiday season. We've got a couple announcements that I'm going to make before we get started. First off, our movie in the park, unfortunately this weekend, due to freezing weather, has been postponed. I know. We're all looking forward to it, but it has, it's no fun when you're sitting out there and it's, you know, in the 50s and 40s trying to watch the movie. So we'll announce that at another time. However, on Monday at 9:45, everyone is lining up at South State Bank for Martin Luther King Parade. And I encourage everyone to be there. And we're going to walk down 17 to Eva Lyons Park. And then we have a group down there that we have speakers, and I believe they're gonna have hot dogs. The parade actually starts at 10 o'clock. If you don't walk, can't walk, by all means, bring your golf cart. I think Commissioner Banks, I told you I would let you use my golf cart. You and Mrs. Banks can use my golf cart. So anyway, we encourage everyone to be there. We're hoping our high schoolers will be there and our students will be there too, and just show your support for Martin Luther King Day. We also have, next weekend, many of you were bringing back, or we're not, CCDC is bringing back Sunsets on Stella. And this time, next weekend, starting at 5:30 to 7:30 with sunset at 5:55, Rebecca Day and the Crazy Daisies are going to be playing. Bring your lawn chair, bring your blanket. There's going to be, I believe you're going to have some food there, some hot dogs and some things for people to purchase if they want. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and so everybody come out for that. It is always just a really, really neat event. Farmers Market starts back up the 4th weekend of January. So that's going to be January the 28th, and that's from 9 to 2. It's over in our market place field over here. Also on that day, we're going to have our Arbor Day celebration. We got a lot going on that weekend. That 4th weekend of every month seems to be busy. Our Arbor Day celebration at the Women's Club. They also are going to have their yard sale at the same time. And the library is going to have a book sale at the same time. So there'll be activity going on all over town the last weekend in January. Please make sure you attend if you can. With that, I want to make a reminder that our next meeting is going to be on February the 15th. And I hope everyone, we've gotten so many accolades here in the city for the park. And again, Charles, we thank you, your efforts, our community, the ones that helped you, your brother-in-law, and just thank you all for the time you put into it. I've had people, no matter where I go, no matter where in the county, have said something about the lights in the park and the joy it's given the residents. So if you haven't done it, they'll be there through the end of January, just so everybody can enjoy them. If you haven't done it, take time and just go sit on the bleachers, sit amongst the lights. It's just really a neat experience, and and it just brings joy to your heart. So anyway, with that, I also at this time, I know that we've got a lot going on tonight, but some of you might be gone when this comes up, but I have to send out a special thank you to our animal control here in Putnam County. Kathy, the supervisor, she has just stayed on top of what's going on. I know there's a lot of concern, and we'll talk about maybe that later on if we have time tonight. But there's a lot of concern, and they've been on top of it. They've been very attentive to the town. Terry Suggs, the county administrator, he came down on a weekend to check on things, to make sure that traps were being set and everything was good, as well as Commissioner Pickens. He's been involved with this too, in getting the county involvement. Donald, who is our actual animal control officer for our area, Donald has done above and beyond. He lives in DeLand. He's gotten all the way to DeLand on a Sunday, back home after being at the shelter, and had to turn around and come back to town to get one that that was in the pen. And he's here before 7 o'clock in the morning. He's patrolling the city. But then we also have Cheryl, and she's been helping him too. She's there Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then a special thanks to our residents. The residents in the town have been very attentive to this. I know Scott King has, Will Cheo has, Gail Spink has, as well as many others, in keeping up with where these dogs are, where they might be. And just please know that with whatever's going on with that we're working hard. Everybody's trying to work hard on this. So I just wanted to share that, give a special shout out to them. And with that, I think that's it. Oh, and let me continue. I believe Commissioner DeVito, we have a new date for the homeless count. Would you please show that date?
Yes, I had said, I think last month, the information about the annual count of persons who are homeless for Putnam County has been moved from Monday, January 23rd to the end of the week. For Putnam County, we're not sure whether they will be working in our area. It will be either Wednesday the 25th, Thursday the 26th, or Friday the 22nd. They're going to try to have someone on Tuesday the 24th at the South Putnam Christian Service Center. SMA Healthcare, Ms. Lori Shaw, is going to be the lead person for Putnam County. They didn't give me her contact information. If anyone wants to volunteer, you have to be able to use a tablet. There may be other jobs to do if you aren't able to use a tablet. But if you or your church or your civic organization would like to volunteer to help with this effort, please get in touch with me.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Mayor,
Yes.
one thing I wanted to mention, I just received the flyer, but I couldn't get it to print. The concerned citizens of South Putnam are going to present their inaugural Soul Food Festival the 4th Saturday of February, I believe it's the 25th, in Eveline Park. So very excited about that.
Very excited about that. Okay, great. So there is a flyer, and they're on board with that. We're real excited about that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. At this time, before we move on to the approval of the minutes, commissioners, I would like to, if we could, in the agenda, move the agenda around. We've got the extension of the lease to Putnam County for the tax collector's office, and I would like to move that to right after the sheriff's report. If everyone is,
So moved.
okay. Do we'll have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved, thank you. And with that, we're gonna start with the approval of the minutes. You've got the December 7th, 2022, and the December 21st, 2022. Do I have a motion, please?
I make that motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any comments?
Yes, I have two corrections.
Okay,
Okay, for the minutes of December 7th, 2022, on page 4 relating to the lease of city property in the line with the motion to approve, the motion should say instead of gullet, renewal of gullet title, it should say renewal of the gullet title lease. There's two words omitted.
okay, that's your first one, what's your second one?
Page 5, under city commission.
On the same date?
Yes, same date, sorry,
Okay.
page 5, that same date, under city commission, on the part where I proposed an honorarium for the high school band, after the word $500, insert the words as an honorarium for playing at the Main Street event / Secretary of State visit. Just insert those words to make it clear what it was for.
Okay, Commissioner Banks, would you like to amend your motion to say with changes?
With the necessary corrections.
Okay, thank you. And your second? Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, so moved. Then at this time, let's go ahead and move on to public comment. I'm going to ask you to come forward. Please, if you would, state your name, state your address. And at this point in time, any of your comments, please keep them with items that are not on the agenda. There will be other opportunities for public comment for items on the agenda. So at this time, if you would please come forward, state your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Gomez. I live in 19 Cedar Street. And Mayor, this is directly to you since we were talking about the topic. Yesterday, there was a glitch in the matrix and I got in touch with Bosco Fishing and he told me that Mr. Etsy family were cleaning up his house. So I ran over there with my dog and who was there? Mr. Etsy Baker.
Okay.
I got to give him a big hug. He's gonna miss us all, but he's gone. If we see his dog around, he's homeless.
His
Thank
little
you.
dog, the little dog.
Yeah, they didn't want him. They wanted to give it to me, but he's too wild. He belongs in the streets.
Okay. This is the little tan dog that you see oftentimes.
Oh, boy.
That's running around, yeah, that runs around on Main Street. Thank you for the update. He will be missed, and I'm glad you had that opportunity to tell him goodbye. Thank you.
Hello, Patricia Maiden, 202 Oleander Avenue in Crescent City. I would like to add a few things about Arbor Day if I could. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Arbor Day celebration. And I would like to say that the city is planting a tree at Fletcher Park the hour before the official ceremony takes place. And that because the county forester only can fit 15 saplings into his budget, we will have a lottery, and for each person who brings a food contribution, they get a ticket, and then we will draw 15 tickets. So it's limited, but it will be fun. Also, Keep Putnam Beautiful will be there, and Bartram Trail Association. There will be wonderful children's activities, which Liz Gomez is going to work on, and a plant exchange. So if you bring a plant, you can get a plant, hopefully. And it's just going to be a big plant fair and a lot of fun for the city, I think. And nice cooperation between the city and the Conservation Committee of the Women's Club. Also, as a member of the Tree Commission, we need more members, which I see is on your agenda. And I would like to request that whoever you consider has some horticultural expertise about best practices and also some experience in Northwest Florida gardening, because it's different. Also, I want to thank the commissioners and the city government for their faithful service. And in spite of the distractions that have been brought to them recently, and I don't know why anybody would run for office, but I'm grateful that you do. And I do support the city helping our office holders with legal defenses if they need to get them. Thank you a whole lot, Commission and City Government.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any other public comment at this time?
Good evening, Kip Roddenberry, 229 South Prospect. I'm here on the initial comments this evening over a mailing that I received. It's a postcard
Oh, yes.
of which I have grandnieces and nephews that get my mail for me. So the wonderful thing about the First Amendment is it lets us know who all the stupid people are.
Preach it.
All right, so actually, I got to explain what the F word meant to my 6 and 7-year-old grandnieces as a result of this mailing. I'm not here to support any specific commissioner. I'm here to explain my disdain for our local residents that have initiated this activity. I call upon the commission and local government tonight to pass a resolution to condemn this type of activity. All right, that's what we're looking for here. Do not, by not saying anything, you support it. All right? This is so sophomoric. This is what we used to do in the 10th grade. Is this what our citizens are about here? I'm just asking. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. And we do apologize for all of those that were offended by this. Please know this commission did not in any way have anything to do with that or support that. So, any other speakers?
Lisa Roddenberry, 229 South Prospect. My comments tonight are about this card, not so much that, yes, it's extremely offensive. Do whatever you want to at home or amongst your friends, but and out in public and general comments, it's inappropriate. I do take exception to what is on the front, not that I'm, okay. For example, when it stated that that the Black Gospel concert was kicked out of Eve Leon Park, not true. So the the Lions Club requested on October the 6th that they wanted the market square, not the park. It says here that the residents were locked out of City Hall in January 2021. Again, not true. That was a Zoom meeting. You could go on, you have been having Zoom meetings. Nothing different. There could have been a time where they were going to try to go back to face-to-face. There's just not enough documentation to what exactly went on. But I have reviewed the January meeting, and it is a Zoom meeting, and there was no one there. There was no one outside. That seemed to have happened sometime in February. So therefore, this is wrong. There was no lockout. And lastly, what's the other one? I have no idea, because although I was a resident here, I wasn't actually living here during the politicking or the campaign.
Excuse me 1 second. Excuse me, if we can keep the comments in the audience, please. It's hard for us to hear the speaker. Thank you.
I have no idea how people campaigned, but if this is in relation to what was said during a campaign, if there was no conversation about the CCPD, then how could someone lie? I don't know when the conversation actually started. I have been researching it, but right now, the dates don't seem to line up to me. So therefore, when you start to put even one lie on a card, or a false, I'm going to remove the word lie, false truth, falsehood, twisted, you negate what you're trying to accomplish. And lastly, the lockout seemed to also spur a investigation for violation of sunshine laws. I want to remind everyone that on March 10th, 2021, our city commission was exonerated from having violation of any sunshine state laws. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers? This is your chance. Seeing nobody else come forward at this time, I'm going to close out our public comment section of this meeting, and we're going to open up our recognition, proclamations, and presentations. And we're going to start off by the Honorable Linda Myers. She is our Putnam County tax collector, and she has a presentation for us. Welcome and thank you to you, and also Mayor Myers.
And I will certainly thank him for you. For the record, Linda Myers, Putnam County Tax Collector, 323 St. John's Avenue, Palatka, Main office. Of course, we have a great office here, and I know you all enjoy the closeness of the Crescent City office. Most of South Putnam and North Volusia is taking advantage of that neighborly situation there. You have a packet in front of you, and I'm just going to briefly update you on what we're going to try to do, Madam Mayor and commissioners, and while I'm at it, talented staff here that make cities run. And Mayor Myers, thank you. When I first met you, I said, you're my second Mayor Myers. My husband, who is with me tonight, is always my first Mayor Myers, having been the former mayor of the city of Palatka a few years back. So with that, we're going to try to visit you every second year, especially when you have new commissioners, because we really want them to have the opportunity to ask questions, be more familiar, take a tour of the office. And so we're going to set that up with Commissioner Bailey and Commissioner Burton as soon as we can put that together. Of course, you're welcome at any time to visit. We have a great staff there. So on this very first page, which is the city of Crescent City, if you're looking at that, please, I just want to bring to your attention where you are. Every once in a while, a commissioner will call and say, wow, we look like we're behind where we were last year. And that happens sometimes, but it's basically a timing issue, generally speaking, from when your commission meets and when your last distribution was, because those are done by law on a specific date of the year. And your commission may meet at a different time, and the last distribution comes the next day. So just to let you know where you are this year, there's 3 years of distributions as of 10/22 to 12/22, and the same for 3 years prior to it. You are roughly in the same boat as normal. You have collected, as of our last distribution to the city of Crescent City, 70% of the ad valorem you will collect. That is no surprise, because mortgage companies are required to pay by November 30th, so that their customer gets the 4% discount. And so many of our houses are in mortgage situations, and those mortgage companies must pay them. So with that, and also your bigger companies will always pay. They want that 4% discount. That's a great opportunity that is in Florida statute. So no worries. You are expected, you see what you're expected to collect. And this year it'll be $554,000 and some change, and you are at 70%. That's the 70% of your ultimate total, which is $793. So just to keep you in mind, now the person's card who's on the bottom of that, Rose Wilkinson, she is our tax administration manager. If you have any questions about, oh, it looks like we're behind or anything like that, she really is your contact, because she's the person that works with you and the other cities on a regular basis. Just so you'll know, the Florida Tax Collector Association tries to put together data for the legislators mainly, so that they know the impact that tax collector offices have in their communities and at the state level. So I would suspect most of us in this room believe that government closer to the people is the best government, where you meet your commissioner in the grocery store or the post office, or you come to a meeting. So we want our legislators to know what we do in our communities. The first item really is what relates to you, and that is all the property taxes that are collected. There are 94 million and some change collected in this county. The rest of it, for the most part, is state agencies, and I just want to talk on that briefly, but I'm going to ask you to go to your next page, which is Putnam County Tax Collector Crescent City Office. Here are some specifics on the transactions that occur right here in your Crescent City office. But let me first talk about the state agencies. Under full service offered, maybe a third down. Most of those functions that we do here are state functions. And that's by constitution and by Florida statute. We are the state's base in our communities for all of these activities, which is your Department of Motor Vehicle, your tags, your titles, your driver's licenses, your registrations. FWC, we represent them for fishing licenses, and believe it or not, the gator auctions to take a gator. We do a lot of the states, all of the commercial driver's licenses are done, and I will give Crescent City such a big pat on the back. During the pandemic, your office did close in person for people to come into the office, but we made it a central spot for commercial drivers from all over the state because they needed commercial drivers on the road. And South Florida closed offices completely. So we had drivers coming here from Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and we helped your local folks here kept those trucks on the road. When that happened, Interlochen was also closed, and they became the call center. So all the folks that worked that now started working the call lines, because during the pandemic, people didn't want to come and be in person. And so we assisted many of them over the phone. So those are the state agency activities, and we're really proud to represent them. You know, I think that concealed weapons now are permitted. We take applications in your Crescent City office. We added that just a little over a year ago. And something that many folks may not know is you can also get a certified copy of your birth certificate if you were born in Florida. It doesn't have to be Putnam County, that's a state database. So a lot of times when school starts, kids need their birth certificates. So we can provide that. And of course, with the new law for driver's licenses, everybody will need a birth certificate if you haven't complied yet. If you're born in the state of Florida, you can go to the Crescent City office and get that. So that's exciting to provide that right here. But back to the top. I know you all know that that office is busy. Let me explain. In 2012, you had 3 full-time employees here. As of 2014, we upped that to 4 full-time employees. As of this late last year, we have now increased that to 5 full-time employees. Because the demand in this office and wanting to minimize wait time to respect our customers, we decided that we needed more folks down here. So I know that you guys are all excited about having 5 of them, and they're all great people. All but one live in South Putnam, one does make the trek every day from East Palatka. But if you look at those transactions, in the month of October, those 5 individuals processed 5,000 transactions at this office. That is, the average service time is 11 minutes, and that is 283 transactions per day in our Crescent City office. So we're really proud of the work they do for South Putnam residents. On the back of that sheet, we just added that little bit of information so that you'd be aware. And of course, I think everyone realizes this, but the Putnam County Clerk of Courts, that's why we call it the government center. The Clerk of Courts is there 3 days a week, and they're there from 9 to 4. So if you have issues and you need to talk to the clerk, you don't have to go to town for most items. The property appraiser is there. As you know, they're here in January and February to make sure to a little easier to do your homestead exemption if you're brand new. So they are there 2 days a week, and that happens to be Mondays and Wednesdays from 9 to 3, just in January and February. So that's a reminder. If you're new to the community and you want to do homestead, now's the time to stop in that office and do that. And of course, your veteran service officer, and we know how many veterans we have in our community, and I'm looking over at our Coast Guard veteran. Having the veteran service officer visit here where your veterans don't have to travel to the city of Palatka is incredibly important in their lives. And so the service officer is here 1 day a week, 10 to 4. If there is a need for them to be here any other time, their phone number is posted, they can come by appointment. So please don't hesitate if you know a veteran who needs service and Thursdays just doesn't work because of their transportation. Let us know, let them know with that number, and they will be glad to meet them here. Finally, and of course, I'll stand for questions, but finally, in the essence of time, I just want to mention in your folder, you have some brochures on some of the main topics that people in your community might be interested in. Briefly, there's one on mobile homes. Mobile homes are just tricky. They can be taxed in 3 different ways. So if somebody has a mobile home and they're interested, we can provide more of these brochures here for your offices to distribute. The taxation of them varies tremendously, so you want to know what's best for you. There's also something in there on the tourist development tax. I'm going to briefly mention this because I think that folks in the community are not aware that there is an ordinance in Putnam County that if you are renting any part of your home and or like snowbirds, they're here some of the time and then they rent some of the time. That is a taxable event. And our office is charged by the county with collecting it and also educating people on that. So there's a brochure on that, and we'll make sure that we drop off a few more on those so that we can educate folks about this. There's also a small one in there about, tax certificate sales. That is the constitutional process by statute on what happens with property where taxes are not paid. They become delinquent April 1st of every year. There's a process in Florida statute, and that's a brief explanation of that. These are the ones that are most sought after, except the 4th one. That is the most important one, and I brought extras. They're on the table, and also my business cards are there. So please, if you have questions, this is what I call better than sliced bread. Now, there are probably people in here that don't remember time before sliced bread. But when sliced bread came, that was awesome. That's what this is. This is taking that annual tax bill and breaking it into 4 budget-friendly payments and still receiving the entire 4% discount. This has to be signed up for. And the deadline for this is April 30th. The application and the information is in the brochure. The application is in the brochure. There are some on the back table. I know that, I think as Pat said, she's doing it. My husband and I do it. This is a fabulous opportunity in Florida statute. Somebody said, that's your program. I'd love to claim it. It's in Florida statute. It's in all 67 counties. There are brochures there. If you have questions, our phone number is on them. Please take advantage of this and call and get your questions answered. With that, I just want to mention one other thing, and that is this office here in Crescent City. We had a scam of one of your citizens just this week. So there are just a lot of bad actors out there, and we know that. They're a minority, but there are bad actors out there, and the digital formats allow that to proliferate. One of your elder women that lives here received a text, and she brought it in on her phone to our office, and it said, it was a text from the Florida Motor Services. Well, that's not actually their official name. So that should have been the first clip. She brought it in, and basically it was suggesting to her she could do a refund, but that she had to immediately click here to receive it. So luckily this woman brought it in. We reviewed it with her. We called Tallahassee, and they, of course, said that is not us. We never text our citizens for any type of linkage. Now, if you sign up for texts for when your driver's license gets renewed and things like that, you're expecting that to come, but still, if it wants you to click, you don't click. They do alerts like that, but they never ask you to go on and click on any links. So we've asked the Pocket Daily News to do an article on that, because if they've done one person, they've done a lot. And with that, I think that's all I wanted to talk about. And welcome to the new commissioners. And again, the invitation for new commissioners and seasoned commissioners is always there. So we look forward to, if you reach out, we'll be glad to have some tours and let you see our working space. And I met Karen tonight, and Karen, truthfully, if any of the staff would like to come down, I know you probably answer questions all the time about our office. If you would like to come, or someone from staff would like to come, and please get to know our staff and let them, ask them the questions you normally hear so that they can help you direct that call more efficiently.
Okay.
With that, it's a pleasure to be here. I will stay because I understand the lease is coming up.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything on this though? And if so, I won't take extra time because I know you have a long agenda, but my card's there. Brenda Bridges, who is the deputy tax collector, is actually speaking at another activity tonight, or she would have been here as well. But call us instead of taking time tonight because there's a lot going on.
Commissioners, do we have any questions? Any questions? Okay, no questions. Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome.
And we appreciate everything you do and the services you provide for the South Putnam and Volusia County, really. I mean, because a lot of.
Well, those
Volusia
are
County-
state functions and are required by law to do state functions. But having said that, this team here is fabulous and I'm pleased that they enjoy their.
And we're very, very appreciative, and please make sure they know that.
I will share it, but I know you all share all the time. Thank you.
We need one of those signs that has the point, you know, the points that go in all different directions, because you don't know how many times you're standing over here and people come in and they've got all their car information and they just hand it to you. I'm like, oh, sorry, that way.
I know exactly what you're saying, and we'll help Karen with some of that direction then.
So we appreciate everything that you do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And with that, I'm gonna open it up. We've got our next presentation is going to be by James Moore and Company. Earl, are you-
Charles looks like he's getting it set up there for me.
It looks like it.
So that's not
That's not it. Let's talk about traffic.
Traffic, well, audit. So this is on our audit presentation. And this is the fiscal year 2021 audit.
All right, we're very happy to meet you guys. I've met a lot of you guys at the League of Cities meeting. Unfortunately, I won't be at the next one, but that was a good one. You've never been in the one up in the gun club in St. Augustine, they do the oysters out on.
That's always, yeah,
Out on the
that's
concrete
fun.
table, so that'll be some good stuff there. You got it working there?
Well, either the battery died and then we paid the street.
But I'll tell you, that one, and say the other one in St. Augustine was very nice too. That was a,
It's an honestly huge, yeah. So this is your audit as of September 30th, 2021. First, I want to thank Charles, for his assistance and his staff as well, and your contract account for getting stuff. You want me to go over there, Charles, and I can move from there, or do I need to hear you on
Trying to see why it's not.
the mic? But part of your audit is you have your auditors under a couple of different auditing rules. You're subject to US auditing standards, government auditing standards, as well as the Florida Auditor General rules as well. So there's those reports that are inside the financial statements, but I see a lot of you have them there out in front of you. The rest of those financial statements are the responsibility of the city, of management. Our responsibility then is to provide an opinion on those financial statements as one of those. So with that, I'm happy to report you do have an unmodified opinion on your financial statements. That's the best opinion I can provide as a certified independent public accountant. You also are subject, as I mentioned, to government auditing standards. And part of the government auditing standards is we look at your internal controls over financial reporting. And we look there and provide if there's any comments we have related to that. This is on the second, you have the PowerPoint, it's the second PowerPoint there for you guys. And so with that, we have some internal control deficiencies we just need to bring to your attention. And there's different levels of comments we can provide as independent auditors. Material weakness would be the most severe. That means that we believe that material weakness or material misstatement as well in your financial statements may occur. Thank you. And then not be detected in a timely manner by your control policies and procedures. So you have one this year. You'll see it on the next chart where I have a history of the 4 years you've been performing your audit of where you guys are at on that. And that related back to reconciliation of your accounting balances, and therefore resulted in a number of audit adjustments that were required. The next level down for material weakness is a significant deficiency in internal controls. And that's something that we believe as an auditor, that's important enough to bring to those charged with governance, being the city commission in this case and management. And with those, we had a repeat comment from last year as well. We related back to utility rates. I remember this is September 30th, 2021, before your new system was implemented. So we have not audited that system yet. So we don't know if those issues have been fixed or not. We also had a comment related to timely preparation of your bank account reconciliations to ensure that your bank statements were reconciled in a timely manner. And then we had one compliance finding related to debt compliance that related back to your gas fund to ensure you have the right amount set aside going forward for repair and replacement going forward in that gas fund. The Auditor General, a couple things they have us report in that for them is one, an update on comments from previous years and the status. Another item is looking at your financial condition assessment. And they provide a methodology and tool for us to look at how is Crescent City doing over a 5-year period? And then how does Crescent City compare to similar size towns and cities based on population and race, based on your taxable property value. And with that, you come up as average. So you're not unfavorable, you're not favorable, you're average, which is where you want to be. If you're unfavorable, I'd probably have another 3 pages to my report to explain why you're unfavorable and what things you can do to improve it. We also require by the Auditor General to look at the city's policies and the state statutes in regards to investments and ensure you're in compliance with those statutes, and we have no comments that were required to report there. So the next page kind of gives you a history of the 4 years we've been performing your audit back to 2018. So you can see back in 2018 and 19, we had 3 material weaknesses in those years. Then in 2020, we're down to 2, 2021, we're down to 1. So there is progress being made over those years. And sometimes it ebbs and flows. There could be different comments in those years, as well as you see those significant deficiencies. The compliance finding is the same one for this year and last year. And then we have what's left is just recommendations and suggestions. So we didn't have any other items this year to add to that. I just want to kind of give you a history because sometimes we forget where we were 3 or 4 years ago, where you're at
Shows
today.
we have significantly improved. Thank you.
So a little bit about your general fund. Your general fund is your main operating fund used for your general type operations, public safety, street, public works, the general government areas. So with that, that shows your revenues and expenditures, for these past 5 years. You see this year, just about break even is where you were overall. About $1.5 million is what you have left over at the end of the year that carried forward into your 2022 year. And what's good to look at that, you say 1.5, we'd all like to have 1.5 million sitting around, but how does that really relate to the amount of expenditures you have in a year? So one way to look at that is a rainy day fund. Personally, some people keep 2 months, some people keep 1 week, some people keep a whole year in emergency savings accounts. So when we look at this, you say, well, where are you guys at? So when you look at your percentage of your expenditures compared to your fund balance, you're at about 73% based on your 2021. So that's right about 9 months is roughly where you're at. Very common, what I typically see, which people don't always find intuitive, is usually the smaller the government, the larger you'll see there. Because it's harder for a smaller government. They don't have multiple business units, they don't have multiple funds, large enterprise funds that they can borrow from on a short-term basis. So typically we'll have more money set aside. And also then did a comparison looking forward and say, well, what does that look like in comparison to your 2022 budget? And it's just slightly higher there at about 10 months. Some of your other governmental funds you have is you have the Better Place funds. That's a county-wide tax that's put in place, and there's restrictions on how those funds can be used. So this year, just an increase there of 148,000. That will all just dictate based on your projects you have going on in the city. A lot of times you build up some funds in that for that. You have about 652,000 at the end of the year, and you have projects you'll spend it down, and then the taxes come each year to replenish it. You also do have a CRA. So you have a community redevelopment agency, and that's required to have a separate audit under state statute. This is the second year a separate audit was required. We have no findings related to that separate audit. Your business type funds, a business type fund is an enterprise fund. An enterprise fund is designed to be self-supporting. It's basically collected by charges for services. So these are your gas fund and your water and sewer fund. And what this chart shows is your unrestricted net position or your equity at the end of the year, what you have left over that's going to carry forward in those funds. You can see the gas funds, the one that's been on the decline at 176,000. And down to 130 this year is actually has a negative balance of 142. So cash flow in that fund is very tight. Just, if you look at the cash that came with that, it didn't generate enough cash from the charges for services to even cover the entire debt service that was due. So that's definitely an area of concern. I know Charles has been working on that as well. Water and sewer, you see they're relatively stable, 700,000, went up a little bit this year just to 800,000. And then another ratio to look at is, well, how does that compare to the expenses, your operating expenses for those funds? You can see the differences in those two funds to where your water and sewer fund is at right about 70 to 80%, where your gas fund was in the lower 20s to 30s and now at a negative basis. So that's an area of focus for you, your gas tax fund going forward. Some other items to point out in the financial statements towards long-term debt. One thing that's good for the city of Crescent City is you have no external long-term debt government-wide. So you don't have debt, say, on your city hall or public works buildings or anything like that. So you're debt-free from that perspective. The debt sits in your enterprise funds is where that debt sits. Business type has about 1.7 million of long-term debt there. You have 3 retirement plans. Your general employees are under a defined contribution plan, similar to a 401k, just set up under rules for government. And then you do have still active, the fire plan, police, you guys all know your police department is now contracted with the county, but you still have that police pension plan out there that I know you guys on this tonight's agenda or other agendas, you're looking at some ways to kind of wind that down if you can. So, and with those, I always get questions on pensions. So, right now you're in a good position, at least as of September 30th, 2021. Now the market's changed a lot since over a year. So those investments probably are not as good, but you actually had more funds in those than you needed based on an actual basis. That could flip very easy. I was just looking at the state retirement system, the FRS, and their net pension liability went up 500% from the previous year. So it can very easily turn based on where investment market is. If the market's down 25%, that means you have less investments at that 25%. And usually the payouts don't change. The payouts will only go up because typically you continue to provide additional benefits, additional salaries, you may bring on additional employees. With that, you do have your fire plan, your police pension plan, at least as of September 30th, we're very well funded. Try to keep it short, so I got a couple other presentations tonight, but as always, we appreciate the relationship and be more happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Yes, sir. Commissioner Banks?
The biggest of the time we have a letter from the auditor. Because those figures just puzzle our minds, all those figures, but it's a letter telling how we are doing. I don't see that statement in here. I overlooked it.
Well, there's the audit opinion that's part of the financial statements, and then there's a separate letter that we provide you that goes through how the audit was structured, as well as whether we had any audit adjustments. So that's a separate letter that was issued too.
Okay. If you want and tell us if we on target or off target, how we need to get on target and accelerate and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's part of the comments that I went over. So those comments, the material weaknesses, the significant deficiencies, and on the debt compliance. So those are those 3 items or 5 items, 3 sections that have those recommendations in it.
Do you have, sorry, do you want to point that one out to you?
Yeah, what page is that letter? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
So on the
No,
main
this is
financial
important.
statements,
You got so many pages in here.
This is important. This is
so the
important.
main financial statement is on, real quick.
Here, it's gonna be in that.
Yeah, in the main book,
Yes, sir.
starting on page 51. So if we turn to page 51, that's the letter by government auditing standard, and that goes through that, there's the material weakness and the 2 significant deficiencies.
Page 51.
Page 51.
That's the little, that's the CRA.
That's the CRA. Yeah, the small
Another
CRA.
found. If you don't have another found,
Under the blue here.
here, right here, I've got mine. You got it?
Okay, all right, now we. It kind of, the reason I asked about it, because it kind of gives us a direction, how we are doing.
Yeah.
Whether we too far to the west, or east, or too far to the south.
And I think that's what he's looking for is, the suggestions. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yes,
Banks?
yes, that basically.
As we continue to improve, what do
Yeah,
you
so
see?
page 51 has those 4 comments on them,
Okay.
on that, and then, financial condition assessment, that's every commission is gonna be a little bit different. There's 5 of you, some of you may be happy with the 9 months, some of you may want more, some of you may want less. So that's a matter of, that's subjective.
Okay.
What would be the norm for a community
I
our
would say
size?
6 to 12 months for your size.
Okay, so
Yeah, like we
we're right
do.
there now.
Yeah, so just so you know, like in the Putnam County area, we do Willaca, we do Willaca, Mona Park, and
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioners, any other questions? Are you done, Commissioner Banks?
I'm through.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, hi, thank you very much, very clear. I think in the past, you've said if after your presentation, we have any other questions, that it's okay to contact you?
Yeah, always,
Okay, so later, all right, but this was very, very clear, thank you.
yeah, not a problem.
Anybody else?
All right, I appreciate it.
Thank you
Have a good rest of
very
your
much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, with that, we're gonna go ahead and presentation of the compensation study by Cody and Associates. Hi, how are you? Welcome.
Thank you. I am doing well. My name is Linda Bunting and I'm with Cody and Associates. We conducted a compensation and benefit study for you all and found out that, you know, whatever gentleman before me was saying, how you were all sound, we're saying you're underpaying many of your staff. But that is just because of the market of what is going on. The state is mandated that the $15 an hour minimum wage, and they're saying that's by September 30th, 2026. But we are seeing with the economic conditions right now, most of the environment around you is driving that sooner. And it's the competition and the lack of employees out there that, we are losing, people have just left the workforce in droves. We have seen, and we don't know where they're going. They either just dropped out, they're not going to neighboring cities like they used to. They're just not there. So with that, in the past, we could pretty much project how the markets were, how the salaries were gonna go. It was typically 2.5% to 3.5% a year increase. Now we're seeing, this past year, we're seeing anywhere from 4% to 10% and greater for certain positions. And it's really supply and demand is a lot of it that is driving that. And, but what we did is we went to your neighboring cities, tried to do like size and got data from them. What we did is we looked at not just the titles, but what you do or what the employees do, because in an agency your size, the employees wear many hats. So we took that into consideration. And with that, we put together a recommended range for each position. And as I said, most of them have gone up. Your benefits, they're in line to a point, but you do require the employees to pay a little more than the average from what we collected. And that is it in a nutshell. I think overall you're sound, or you're going to be sound. You don't, I mean, it would be a good plan for the city to try to implement this within the next year, to our recommendations. We don't know what the following year is going to bring, because as I said, these are different times. We have never seen in the 20 years we've been doing this. And we're also here if you have any questions on any position, if you're having trouble hiring in that, in certain positions, reach out to us and we can then do a spot check on the market for the next year at no cost. Because as I said, these are unseen times.
Mayor, as I mentioned in my cover letter, we use this data to inform our decisions when we build budget, our building budget for next year. I don't think, anticipate we can make all these changes, but we're going to move in this direction as best we can, given the budget constraints that we have.
Okay. And so for the audience, just so you know, we asked, well, we commissioned for this to be done so that we had an employee study. So we knew where we were standing in those communities that are similar in nature to ours. Some of them they were larger, some of them might have been smaller. I think some of them were smaller,
Right.
But it just kind of gave us an idea, are we where we are supposed to be? And so we thank you for this. This can be found online. Right, Karen, you can find this online in your agenda item packet. So thank you very much. It was very informative, very informative. Some of it was a little shocking, some of it was not. So commissioners, with that, I'm going to open it up. Do you have any questions? Yes, Commissioner DeVito?
I just have a comment. I wanted to thank our city manager and also thank Cody and Associates. You came in as a low bid, and when we voted on the contract, we were a little concerned about that because it was a very good bid, and we just wanted to make sure you could do the job. And you did a great job. So we thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Remember having that concern. Okay, Commissioner Burton, you had a question?
Yes. I do have a question, and it's really to Charles. I think, I mean, this is very informative. It really does look like you don't pay enough money here. Okay, so I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. But, I guess my question is they really emphasize getting a plan as to how we can bring our salaries up to where they need to be. Right now, we don't really necessarily have a plan. We kind of, oh, give them a 2% raise or 3%, you know. Are you, I'll put it this way, you're gonna find some time to possibly put a plan together that would represent how we're going to step into 2022?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask, because I really highly suggest that.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Banks?
You know, I want to thank Charles too for coming up with
Yeah,
this,
no, this is very good.
because competition is out there, and she said herself 2 or 3 times, you know, people going with money, and I couldn't blame them. No, I really couldn't blame them. If somebody, I'm doing the same job here in Crescent City, and somebody in Black is paying me $1.50 more an hour by Crescent City. I'm going Black. So, and you know, you couldn't fault nobody for that, so I'm hoping one day we'll be, that's always been Crescent City problem. Back through the years, that's been Crescent City problem. Time we, get our salary competitive, the other cities, you done move these up. So quite naturally, the person, they gone. They're not, we couldn't keep good bona fide here.
Yeah, the market does not stay stagnant.
Yeah.
And also, we strove to try to get you at the median of the market. So there will be agencies that pay a little higher, and there will be some that will pay lower, but this is really, we strive for the median.
Thank you, that's good.
I do have a question, Ms. Bunting. When you talked about where we are in our benefits packet, in our benefits review, and I know that our employees just took another hit, we give them an increase, and guess what? Insurance comes in and they take all of that and sometimes more.
Right.
And we also have them being able to take care of their families. So are you seeing, I mean, across the board, is that something that we should focus on, with our retention? I mean, is that something that you're, with other agencies, that's what's making them more desirable? Is not necessarily the pay that they receive, but the benefits package that they get with that?
It depends on who you ask. If you ask somebody that is older in the workforce, they believe the benefits are more important. If you're talking to a younger person just starting in the workforce, they want the money. So it really depends on who your workers are.
Because they all think that their health is going to, they have good health and it's gonna continue, and they don't realize it can change on a dime
Exactly.
until it does, and then it can, you know, it can, yeah. Okay, so that's good to know. That's good to know. I know that's something that we struggle with, is, you know, with our benefits, we have, you know, I commend our employees constantly with the multiple hats that they have to wear in the job they do, and they really try to do it with such a good attitude. And so Sheila, as our HR, you know, we thank you for all you do, and thank you for supporting those employees and helping them get, you know, the best that they can with the benefits that we have, so. Any other questions, everybody? Okay, we
Yeah, I
appreciate it. Yes, Commissioner Bailey?
I would like to know, I'm kind of a guy of action, I guess I could say. I appreciate the report. I think we're all aware that most of our guys in the trenches in the bottom get as much pay as Wendy's or thereabouts. It's not substantial, but yet we depend on these guys as they're the backbone of our city. And to me, after the cost of living last year being at least probably 9 or 10%, and inflation the way it is, I'd like to know how we can get money to these folks, not down the road, not tomorrow, not, you know, in the future, but how I can put money in their pocket today. There's gotta be some fun, and I'm in the position of where there's a will, there's a way. We can seem to find money for other projects and doing stuff, and I just assume put these guys on top of the list. We have got to find a way to keep good people and keep money in their pocket, especially in this. I gotta tell you, I'm scared to death. Next 2 years coming up is gonna be rough. And, if we want people to stay, I don't care how much Interlochen pays, and I don't care how much Palaca pays. I care how much Crescent City cares about the people. I want to put money in these guys' pocket tomorrow. Where can we find money to do that? It's obvious on this sheet that we need to do something. And I don't think we're gonna kick it down the can any longer.
Well, our budget season is about to begin, and that's when we'll have that discussion. How much are we going to increase payroll?
And we
When
did,
will that be?
We start generally in April, May, begin drafting the budget.
start working, yeah. And we did have an increase
We do have a 5% increase payroll this year.
this year that they received, and we got one, what was it, last year? Sheila? Was it 3% last year?
2%.
It's a flat $2, I think.
Like I said, 3%, 2%, 5%, to get them up to $15 is not acceptable in my point of view. These folks should be making $20 an hour. We gotta find a way to do it.
We'll have those discussions.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, I just wanted to say we have, we're amending the budget later on the agenda. I think all this will become a little clearer. We can talk
It'll
about
be
that.
very, yeah, it'll come very clear when we, as to where or not we get that. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we have any other questions? If not, we thank you for traveling in today, and we thank you for the hard work you put into that.
Well, thank you. And as I said, if you have any questions at all, feel free to reach out.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment?
Well, we're not taking public comment on this, at this time.
Would have loved to have known that if I could have commented on it up
You know,
front.
okay, I will, if the commission is in agreement with this, then by all means.
3 minutes is all I'm asking for.
Sure, come on, come on.
Kip Roddenberry, 229 South Prospect. I did have the opportunity to review the report. I have a couple of comments that I would like to bring to the commission's attention prior to jumping off the cliff with this report. As stated in the report on page 5, several occasions, what comparison cities were used to create the data. I have great concern with the comparison cities. Just to give you an example, City of Alachua, City of Bunnell, City of Green Cove Springs, Interlochen, Orange Park, a suburb of Jacksonville, Palatka, Pearson, St. Augustine. More people go through St. Augustine in one day than live in the city of Crescent City. 5.3 million people. I'm really confused as that is a comparison. Town of Palatka. According to the report, 78% of those cities responded, but there's no list of what 78%. Did Palatka respond? Did Interlochen respond, etc.? So what I have done is I think that the market comparison is flawed. I would like to recommend that Cody and Associates go back to the drawing board and pull more realistic comparisons, like the 3 cities they did pull, Palatka, Pearson, Interlochen, all legitimate. The rest, not so much. Alachua, 6.4 times larger. Bunnell, 2.2 times larger. Green Cove Springs, 5.8 times larger. Palatka, 6.2 times larger. St. Augustine, 8.7 times larger than Crescent City. I would recommend, in lieu of those cities, that you poll Cross City, population 1748, Sneeds, Century, Havana, Moorhaven, Mount Verd, Howey in the Hills, St. Leo, Bel Air Beach, Lake Hamilton, and Callahan. Those all fit 3 major demographics: demographic, psychographic, and geographic. All of those cities I just mentioned have an average income similar to Crescent City. All of them are rural, similar to Crescent City. St. Augustine? Really? Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, can I have a brief comment?
Yes.
So, I noticed the same thing that Mr. Roddenberry did when I read the report. We are able to call Cody and Associates and ask them questions in the future. I think the methodology, as I understood it when I read the report, was that they were not just using cities of our particular size, because it is absolutely true that the cities they used were not all of our particular size. I wasn't sure why they didn't use Pomona Park, which is the very closest. However, I think that the methodology was to use municipalities in our employment market area. But it's a good point, and we have the opportunity to ask questions when we go about making a salary plan.
So it's
Thank you.
competing cities.
I was gonna state that, so that it's those that we're competing against currently, that we're losing employees to. And so that's what I was looking at, because I too, and thank you for bringing that to our attention and for anybody that reads that. And now we do have the clarification that was, it's those that we're losing or we're competing with. And right now, finance director, that's one of the things that we're competing with. Well, Green Cove has also has a finance director position. Palatka has a finance director position open, and we have one open. And so they're gonna choose, which one are they gonna choose? So thank you. If you wanna go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Diane Sykes, 304 Chestnut Street. We have this in a process now for increasing salaries, but do we have an employee review process? Every place that I've ever worked at, my salary increase was based upon not just what's going on in the economy, although that was taken into consideration, but the major portion of whether or not I got a raise was based on my employee review. Did I meet, what were the goals that I was supposed to meet this year? Did I meet them? Did I exceed them? That was how, in the 55 years that I was in the workforce, how it was determined that you got a salary increase.
Thank you very much. And yes, we do have a review process, Charles. We do. Okay, with that, are there any other comments? Thank you very much. I'm going to close that item out. And with that, I'm going to bring up the proclamation 2023-01. That is our Arbor Day proclamation. I'm going to read this. City of Crescent City, Florida, proclamation 2023-01, celebrate Arbor Day. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, beautify our community, and whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now, therefore, I, Michelle Myers, Mayor of the City of Crescent City, do hereby proclaim January 28, 2023 as Arbor Day in the City of Crescent City, and I urge all citizens to celebrate this day and support efforts to protect our trees and our woodlands. Further, I urge all citizens to plant trees, to gladden the heart, and promote well-being for this and future generations. Dated this 12th day of January 2023. Do I have a motion of acceptance?
I saw motion.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Do I have any comments? No comments. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay. So moved. Our proclamation. Please make sure this will be. It starts at 11 o'clock. Hour prior to that, we will have the planting of the tree at Fletcher Park. And we look forward to seeing everybody there. Bring a plant, get a plant. And, I believe, did she say, Commissioner DeVito, that if they bring, as far as being in the running, the lottery, to please bring, something that you can donate for our Christian Service Center. All of those donations go to the Christian Service.
It has to be, cannabis or non-perishable. food.
Non-perishable, yeah, no bacon.
Oh.
I know, sorry, everybody loves bacon, and bacon right now is down, they said, bacon right now is, yeah, it's down a little bit. Eggs are up, bacon's down, so, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna move to our sheriff's report. Captain Asrian, if you'll come forward, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm gonna first start off with I got some other information here, and I'll go into some detail on that stuff. I got a little study for you guys, just so you kind of know how I do some of my work. So we'll start off with obviously, we had a very good month. This was a vehicle burglary on, when it says theft, it's a vehicle burglary, but it's classified by UCR when it's reported to FDLE as a theft, so that's why I have it marked theft. But somebody entered an unlocked vehicle, took some items from within there. Deputies, well, I say deputies, but detectives later came out, found some video surveillance, and we were able to identify the suspect in this, and Mr. Mary LeClaire, and as you know, this isn't the first time she's been caught stealing stuff out of vehicles in Crescent City, so great job by those guys.
Lock your doors.
Yes.
Keep your car doors.
Yes. So the next one you see there is the traffic crash report. There's 2 vehicle crashes. One was at Huntington and Randolph. The other was at Summit and Grove. Not much there. As far as the traffic related stuff, I think the biggest thing we're seeing right now is we need to somehow, I don't know if we can get some information to DOT, but we need to try to, something I'll get with you about is seeing about a red light there at 308 and Summit. It's just, I don't know what we have to do, but we have to work together to get that taken care of.
I know that too, and talking to the colonel, if you want to, Representative Payne has, he knows that there's interest there too, so if you want to bend his ear a little bit,
Yes.
that we need help with that. And, I believe, Mr. Browning out of Black, and he also is.
Very good relationship with both of them.
We need it.
The next one is, the general activities here. This is just the regular calls for service. You had 131 total calls for service. 67 of those were traffic stops, 2 were traffic crashes, and 11 were, self-initiated, suspicious persons, vehicles they checked out with and things like that. Any questions there?
Any questions, Commissioner?
If you look at the next page, that's your 6-month comparison. So it just basically shows you the last 6 months, how your crimes vary. And as you can see, a small vehicle, burglary, crimes free, or a theft of a couple of bicycles can really turn the city upside down. So I'm thankful for the work that everybody's doing and keeping the right people where they need to be. Any questions about the comparison?
Thankfully, in December, that, I thought typically in December, you typically, I've heard that you see sometimes more theft during this, the month of December, the holiday month, people are, but I was glad to see that we only had one that month.
Mayor, the numbers all over the East District for my guys, I think I give a lot of it to hopefully some of the leadership they get here and the working relationship they get with the administration. I have a lot of fun with my guys. I'm starting to get some seasoned guys here who are starting to know everybody in the community. And just like this, the case with Ms. LaTerra, they knew right who they were looking for already. The Philip Thompsons and Mr. Davis that we arrested earlier today. And the guys are doing a phenomenal job here. They know who is committing the majority of the crime. You guys have probably heard these numbers before. But they say about 20% of the population is responsible for 80% of your crime. Well, a lot of these people live in the county all the way as far as East Palatka, Fruitland, and they think that they can come into the city and that it's gonna be vulnerable. Well, I got news for you. It's, the solvability rate in crimes in Crescent City is astronomical. The last I looked, it was around 13%, I think it was, for property crimes. And I would be easy to say we're well over 50% of the solvability rate on property crimes. Property crimes in most cities are just a thing of the past. And we, it's nice that I get to see the mayor out chasing dogs down the street, and that's the big thing going on in Crescent City, where we're talking about, you know, the speeding vehicles, the loud music, the loud exhaust, and things like that. That's really comforting to me, and enjoy it while we have it, I tell you, because it's, I see other places, I've had the opportunity to work with other agencies, that when you compare the size of this, and I realize the population in Crescent City, but when you take the number in Crescent City and you compare the population, crime is way greater. So we're lucky to have the citizens that we have that are looking out, that are being observant, that are locking their things up, and they're also doing the right thing to keep this city what it is. So, thank you all for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions with the 6-month comparison or any other
Questions
issues?
of- Yes, Commissioner DeVito?
I have two questions, very brief. One is Mary LeClaire. Has she ever had the habitual offender,
Prolific offender?
right?
Unfortunately, they're misdemeanors, so
I
it
think
doesn't fit the narrative.
there's a habitual offender misdemeanor statute.
Excuse me?
There's a habitual offender misdemeanor statute, I believe.
Yes, there is, and that's for, I would say, like your retail thefts and things like that. There are certain classifications for that. So I'd have to see exactly what that is, but it is where it can make it a felony when it's a certain amount of offenses. Yes, you're right.
Actually, there's something Sheriff Rutherford, former Sheriff Rutherford, got passed into law. So you might look into that.
Yes,
For
yes.
the level of things. The other thing is, we had a town coming workshop 2 days ago, and people mentioned that we're hearing a lot of sirens going through town, south of town. I heard them this morning. Yesterday, I heard a friend of mine's husband was injured just south of town on 17. Are we having a lot of crashes south of town on 17?
I would have to look. Only ones I'm really aware of is when there's significant injuries or fatalities. So that, you know, I wouldn't really get alerted to those, and I really, to be honest, I don't monitor a lot of that stuff. A lot of that stuff, because it's on a highway, that's Florida Highway Patrol that monitors that. And until it's in the local roads and some things are happening, that's usually the kind of stuff that I look at. But Florida Highway Patrol usually keeps the studies and things like that on the major traffic crashes on the major thoroughfares.
Okay, thank you.
You know, also we have, and you have to, your ear has to kind of learn and know what's an ambulance, what's a fire truck, and what's a deputy vehicle, because a lot of times if the ambulance is running in through town or it's going down to the nursing home, I hear that a lot. You hear the fire truck, you know, all the time, and I always have to kind of look and say, is it a fire truck, is it a sheriff's vehicle? So, so we have three different sirens that are going on. So any other questions of the captain? Yes, sir.
Well, it's not a question, but it's a statement I would like to make. And you know, when you know, it don't always be the sheriff's office when you hear a siren. See, on last night, that subject came up, and I wanted to clarify it, but I didn't want to get myself in no trouble, so I just check them out. But, you know, you're his siren, but you go out there, it's the fact of the biggest of the time in Crescent City, when you hear a lot of sirens, sometimes it be going on a medicine call.
It's,
Are
yes,
you-
rescue and fire
Yeah,
rescue,
right.
they run code 3 to every single call.
Yeah, and you hear all them sirens, see, it's not the sheriff car. But that's what I was trying to explain. I wanted to explain, but I didn't want to get myself in no trouble.
You can usually tell by if it's really, really loud, because the fire service, it seems like emergency services in that area, they like to be really flashy and very, very loud, usually really loud and re-drill thing kind of things going on. That's a lot of times. So we know, we can tell what's what. You know, I could be sitting at my office over there, and I can tell when it's a police car or it's a fire truck or an ambulance or whatnot.
Yeah, I can always tell when it's the fire truck, my dog's there howling.
How? Yeah.
But I'm glad to be about that point up though. So, you know, the citizens, I just don't think it's the police running around with their siren. But the way some of the language was out last night, that's what sometimes they think. That's all the police department do, ride around, run the siren. But you know, on any emergency call, biggest at a time, that I have seen. The fire department be there, the rescue be there, and highway patrol is on the main highway, the highway patrol, he be there, and a deputy be there for traffic. So, you know, so you hear a multitude of sirens.
Any other questions? No, I was gonna say, I know that I believe that you were running your machine, and I think it came up the other night. Did you have any report on the machine, the traffic? I mean, the speed one that you were running for the average?
Which bike?
I believe you had, did you have them on Grand Mondo? Where did you?
I've had it in several places. That's what we're fixing to go over.
Okay.
If you'll refer to these pages, and forgive me, I put these together really quickly
That's
because I
okay.
knew that there was a meeting on Tuesday. My apologies for not being in attendance. I should have been there, but unfortunately, I was not privy to the information until a little bit too late. But that's okay, no excuses, I should have been in that meeting. So I did generate some pretty quick information, I threw some stuff together for today, just to give you an idea of how I have to determine how I enforce traffic, and it makes it nice for me in a way. It works, there's a few flaws in it, but it gives me a general consensus of what I need to do to fix a problem in a certain area. And I'm just gonna use these simple ones here because these were the first 3 ones that when I had citizens come to me and say, we had a speeding problem in our neighborhood, this is where it's at. That was the concerned citizens, that's the people I started doing the studies for to see this. So I put this trailer out there. Usually I try to leave it out there for a 3 or 4 day weekend. That gives me, and again, this data, when I download this data, it is very slow and very time consuming. It has to download each and every car. And as you see, when you're talking about, sometimes one of the ones I did was 26,000 cars. And that data just takes a long time to download. So it's very time consuming. So I'll shorten those times up, learning from experience, when I've set it out there for those long distances. Now, so I got to do it at shorter intervals. So this is just an idea of how I do my traffic study. If you'll see on the page that you have there, I'll start off with, are you on Vernon Avenue?
Oh, Grand Mondo, that's the first one.
That's the first, you got Grand Mondo?
You want us to start on Vernon?
Yes, can we start on Vernon, please?
Okay.
So if you look at Vernon, it tells you the date there was 11/9 back in November the 9th when I collected the data. And then you look at the time interval, so it runs every hour, and it tells you how many vehicles pass that sign at that time, at that hour. So it's, in essence, at 9 o'clock in the morning, between 9 and 10, it will tell you just a number here, that 57 cars passed that. I think it just tells me when my traffic is the busiest. And also what it'll tell me is when traffic is speeding and how fast they are going. And I'll explain kind of an example here. So the speed interval that you see there is 5 miles per hour, so every 5 miles an hour. So it's going to measure from 0 to 6, from 6 to 9, vice versa. I believe that's the number. Actually, it goes every, so if it's set for 35 miles an hour, the minimum speed limit, it's going to go from 36 to 40, 41 to 45, 45 to 50, 46 to 50, and then 51 plus miles an hour. So in this particular case, it was what I really look at a lot of times is the average speed is what a lot of studies go by. And they go by percentages. So they say if the speed is at 35 miles per hour, just as an example, and I'm just using numbers. And that first number that they say you might want to watch your traffic is 7%. That means if your zone, if your speed zone is 35 miles per hour and you add 7% in it, that's about 41 miles an hour. So they say if the average speed is 41 miles an hour, you need to start looking at it. And then those percentages go up. And as you see on Vernon Avenue here, I had an average speed of 29.8, which is way lower than what 35 miles per hour is. Now, not saying there's not people speeding. What this device does is it goes hour per hour. And when I look at this, it tells me I need to be there at about 6 o'clock in the afternoon is about peak time. Because it looks like it, on my reading, it looks like at about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, I had 5 people, 5 cars in that hour doing between 46 and 50. and 4 that were doing over 51 in a 35. So again, then you look at other places and there's not so many. You can get kind of, so you kind of understand what I do there. So when it tells me that, kind of tells me when I need to have a deputy there. So if you see a deputy, if somebody doesn't see a deputy in their front yard between 1 o'clock and, we look here, probably 1 o'clock and 11 o'clock at night, I'm sorry, I'm doing 2 different dates here. If you don't see anybody between 7 and 11 o'clock at night, that's because my study here is telling me they're not speeding. They are speeding to an extent, but not what I would consider that someone speeding maybe, hey, I'm a little bit too much. I'm doing 7 miles an hour over the speed limit. I'm doing 8 miles an hour over the speed limit. Those are kind of,
So on
you kind of give
one second, on Vernon, then you would be placing somebody there. You said you had a time that you saw between this time and 6 p.m. or whatever it was. That's when you see the most kind of over 41 miles per hour.
Yeah,
So it's
so,
between 6 and, so when would you place a person there?
so 0 to 6 miles an hour, there's not a citation for that. 6 to 9, there is a citation for that.
Okay.
Generally speaking, when we pull an occupant over, we want to do 2 things. I don't want to take somebody's paycheck because the price of citations are so high. And secondly, I'm using this as an educational opportunity. I don't want to just go out here and start just beating people up with citations. That's not the way to get in the community, if you know what I mean. So we have technology. In our computers, we have an MCT program. So what that does is that gives us the ability, when we stop that car, it'll flag that car that it's been stopped before. Our deputies are required to put why they stopped that car, speeding. 46 and a 35. Our deputy looks, sees that this person's been stopped before, probably time for a ticket, the warning didn't work last time. So that's kind of that's kind of the way we as law enforcement officers do. The first time it's an educational opportunity, second time it's probably on you. And depending on where your speed is, we may write you for the lower amount, again, for an educational opportunity. I may be able to hit you for $400, but I think that 200 may be acceptable. And that may fix the problem. We stop you the 3rd time, and we're going to, it's a small city. We stop you a 3rd time, and you may need that after your fine. The problem is, I can't tell my guys how many citations to write. I can't tell them they will write citations. It's illegal. Secondly, it's not ethical to do that. So I believe that things can happen when the 16-year-old kid's coming through town and we catch him coming from school. Does he need that? Does the parents need to pay that extra insurance that they're going to have to pay now? And they have to pay the citation on top of it. And they got to do that for 2 years when I could have just said, hey man, call the parents, say, this is what we caught him doing. We're going to take his truck from him. There's a totality of things that go through our heads that a citation may not just be the answer. So,
I guess my question was just, you mentioned though that you could.
Commissioner Burton, sorry, Commissioner Burton, pull your microphone down.
You can see a pattern as to when people are, every time I think, pull something down. There's a pattern, like between a certain hour is when we see the most speakers. I think some of the complaints last night that we heard was that the deputies aren't available in these certain areas. And I guess my question is would that be a time that you might want to put a deputy around that area? Okay, and, has that been happening?
I even do it myself.
Okay, that's what I wanted to discuss, because that was really.
I am very proactive. I'm very proactive with my guys. And while my lieutenant handles, it works for us, my lieutenant handles the north end of the county where we have an office in San Mateo, and that's where he spends most of his time. And I like to come to Crescent City. They can have that stuff. I like it down here. So yes, that's what that's for.
So
So I'm not
Captain-
putting a deputy there, so I'm not putting a deputy there for 6 hours when I'm setting them up for failure. It's like taking somebody to gun range,
No, I understand.
yeah, putting a blindfold on, spinning around, and telling them to hit the target, it's just.
Let me ask you a question. So with this, what you have on Vernon is, it looks like the 50th percentile, so 50% of the people go 31 miles an hour, is that correct?
Yes, and then.
And 85% go 37 miles an hour,
Yes.
okay.
And all
And
of
your
them-
average is 29.82.
So that study, again, on Vernon, that was 4,980 vehicles that passed that, so that was almost 5,000 vehicles that we read there. And if you're looking at, let's say we set our goal at 11 miles an hour, that's when we're stopping cars. If you look at where 11 miles an hour falls in there at, there was 48 calls in 4 days, 48 cars in 4 days. So that's still tough, still pretty tough to catch them, because what happened, we got a lot of things against, I'm not making excuses, don't get me wrong, I'm not making excuses, we're gonna go out here, we're gonna still do this, but this is the #1 complaint nationwide, is speeding vehicles. So we're gonna have them, but we gotta find a way to not have them. So, it's really tough for us, because, again, when you talk about locals, when they see us sitting on Vernon, everybody in town knows. When I come past 309 and come into town, 17 one-way road down here. Don't think everybody's not making phone calls saying, hey, that black truck's coming that way,
Thank you.
or whatever. It's just, it's a cat and mouse game, it's fun, that's why I got it this job, so.
Well, I wanna know when that 111 mile an hour guy went through there.
Yeah, so let me tell you a little bit how a radar works. It's almost impossible to get to 100 miles an hour while I have that trailer set up. So what'll happen is, you'll see it on your radar, and I see it constantly, if you have a big truck pass your radar, it'll go crazy. You're like, where's he at, where's he at, where's he at? And I don't know what it's reading, I don't know if it's reading the fan turning inside of that truck or what it's doing, but a lot of times you'll see some of these, you're like, that's just the radar, what it does sometimes. And it's mostly when I see that, it's when it's semis, dump trucks, something with a really big radiator. That's the only thing that I can affiliate it to. I mean, I've been running radar for 18 years, and that's the only thing I can think that it is. Because there's not even a patrol car that can go that fast in that distance. So, I mean, could somebody possibly come around the corner in some kind of a sports car and go up that high? Yes, but likely, no. And you'll see another one in just a second. There's one actually in front of your house, I think.
I was
it's
looking at the
116.
Grand Rondo one going, yeah, I knew they were going fast, but I didn't know that.
Grand Rondo, so you want to go to Grand Rondo next, and then we'll.
Sure. I have to go back and forth between two. All right, Grand Rondo. Questions here, because I don't know when to put someone on Grand Rondo, because there's no data that's giving me what time of day is gonna be the best, because, you know, if let's say we use that 10 mile an hour mark, and this was a study over, this is just this was a study over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. So in 6 days, vehicles, there were 2,355 vehicles that passed your house. If we went to the 10, let's say the 25, so that would be 35 miles an hour, would be 10 miles an hour road. There were 36 vehicles in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. That means my deputy would have to sit there for about 4 or 5 days to get that car going that fast. Now, here's the problem that I have with Grand Rondo. Vehicles are going faster than that.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. Those roads are so far together that unit has to have a car go a further distance to be able to read it. So what could be happening here is, and what I think is happening here is, when they're turning off those side streets, they're not getting enough speed. And there's more cars turning off those side streets, not getting enough speed. And it's showing a low reading. That's why I left that there for so long. So this Grand Rondo is going to be a huge challenge for me, because, you know, even with it's just going to be a challenge, because I have literally been on that road in unmarked cars, When I say unmarked cars, not unmarked police cars, unmarked cars from Beck Chevrolet. I have been on golf carts, I have been on foot. I can't catch them. I have done everything in my power to go catch these. I don't understand it, and I'll continue to try, but I just cannot catch them, and then, you know, that's the only thing I can think about this, because I want to believe, there's actually two people on that road that came to me and said, hey, they're through here 60 miles an hour all day. I would have at least got one, I would think, but I didn't get any, like 0, 40, let's say 36 to 40 miles an hour. Which is, you know, what, that's, 11 to 16 miles an hour over speed limit was 3 in 7 days. And I never got anything over 41, never. So I can't explain it. All I can do is keep trying. Sorry,
Well,
Commissioner.
the good news is that double speed bump thing is up a lot.
It's helped a lot.
I mean, I have seen a significant reduction, it's helped a lot. So the good news is, in the last 2 or 3 weeks, I'd say things have slowed down in half. So,
Well,
that's good.
that's good. And I think, Charles, Karen, if we can, if you want to put this as part of his report, I know this isn't added.
It's already in there.
Oh, you already put it in the report, so you have it on let's just make sure we have it, okay. Okay. I just want to make sure for anybody out there that is interested in these figures and you want to see it, just go to the website and you can pick these up.
I haven't put it on the website yet, but I will because it just happened to.
Yeah, I know, that's why I wanted to make sure that we added it to the report and put it on the website. Summit Street too, I guess you've got on Summit Street, are you ready for Summit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So this will give you an idea of how many cars are passing through Crescent City, and I didn't realize this. So we left the trailer out there for 3 days. And I had 19,225 cars passing in 3 days. So that's a lot of traffic. My high points in the day, looks like they're gonna be between 2 and 5. So we hit that right on the head. And that seems to resonate anywhere from 2 to 5 and 2 to 5, 2 to 8, 2 to 5. And that's what everybody's saying. Everything's been showing me about 2 to 7 o'clock is when the main portion of the speeding is going on through there, sorry. And again, you know, looking at how many cars are doing what we would typically expect someone to pull somebody over for is out of 19,000 cars a passing, 589 were between 46 and 50, and 137 were 51 plus. Now, that's some of those sirens that you hear going through them, that's not all of them. So that's kind of what we got there. So that's my times for Summit Street, and I think Summit Street is where our biggest issue is.
and it picks up on those when they're speeding through too. So that has to be included in that, okay. But your average speed on there is 34.8 miles
Yes,
per
they're
hour.
still speeding, yes, but they're still speeding to that. That's just an average, because it's such a big number. And again, when you have to, I put it at the longest stretch that thought I could find to get that, where I didn't have to worry about those side streets. And I think that number is pretty accurate.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Another thing, the barricades on, are we talking about barricades on?
We're going to, when we get to.
Whenever you're ready to do that, I can get my trailer back here and we can, I'm sorry, whenever you guys are ready to do that,
You'll put the
I'll
barricades back
get
in.
my trailer back over here to see what the difference is in the traffic increase on Grand Ronde.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the captain? Okay, this, I'm gonna go ahead and open up public comment. We have anybody that, would like to make a public comment?
I have a question.
Okay.
Secretary for Chestnut. Originally, it was a contractual or just a rumor that we were gonna have 5 dedicated officers for Crescent City. And then a couple meetings ago, Captain Usry, I believe, said that there's no way we could have 5 dedicated because you couldn't cross-train people. But I think tonight I just heard we have 5 dedicated officers. Did I just hear that?
I want to say for clarification, it's an interpretation. It's how you're interpreting it. So they've always assured us that we have 5 dedicated deputies in Crescent City. It's just not, and we have not had that, correct, Captain? So I think it's an interpretation. My understanding from past comments from you is that you think it should be the same person assigned every time, and that's not the interpretation that has been given to us. So
Okay, can I get a clarification of what the interpretation is then? Because I still don't understand.
sure, Captain,
2 or 5
would you
officers.
like to speak, Captain?
So according to what I've seen in the contract is that we guaranteed that Crescent City would have a deputy sheriff in Crescent City 24 hours a day. And that is being done. I do have one more thing about the speed, if I might. So here's where I need some help from you, the commission, and also you, the community. I've done a study, and every time someone calls in about a reckless driver or speeding vehicle or anything like that, we call it a signal 12. So that's what dispatch sends it out to us as. When it comes up on our MCTs, it comes out as a signal 12. And then when I hear a lot of people that are concerned about the speeding and some of the stuff going on in Crescent City, it's appalling to me that when I pull our dispatch screens, that there was 30 reckless driving complaints called in last year by the community. So a lot of times that's how I gauge my study. So when I go on my computer, I go on my MCT and I look at the calls for service, people, the public that is called in because they're concerned about traffic in their area. I'm seeing a lot of, and I'll just, you don't mind if I go through a few, do you? There's about 6 or 7 that are speed related, but the most of them are like kids not being buckled in their seatbelts, stop signs being ran, a bunch of ATVs that were on the road. If you remember, we had the ATV issue we had going on. And there's less than 10 calls for service on speeding vehicles. There's loud vehicles. And there's also, I see where some of these that are called in, my guys are stopping. So I need the community's help. And when you see this stuff, unfortunately, we come in the commission and none of these guys have radars in their cars. They don't have badges. They don't have their ticket books. They're not sworn by the sheriff to come and write the tickets. I'm that guy. The sheriff's office is that guy. Even when Crescent City Police Department's here, you still have to call the dispatch center to get an officer there. So I would encourage you, if there's something going on, when I come into the commission meetings and I see that there's this problem, and just like yours, Commissioner, when I see there's a problem on West Grand Rondo, and I go to my computer and there's no calls to the sheriff's office. I'm not saying that yours wasn't, yours could have been, but there's no calls to the sheriff's office. That's how I gather a lot of my data sometimes. I don't want to have to go a month to come into a commission meeting to know a car or a neighborhood is getting destroyed by vehicle traffic when I have the capability to do that without even being there. So that's what I need from commission. If you can spread the word, and when you're getting the phone calls and you're seeing the problems, of course, you don't know, I'll do anything you guys ask of me. And just like the community, I have technology here that'll allow me to see what your concerns are. So I also have my cards. I've got my email, and I've only had just a couple people, hundreds of cards I passed out with my cell phone number on it. And I said, listen, my memory's pretty bad sometimes, so I get out of the old age. And if you'll just leave me a message, because I got a lot of people in my home. Leave me a message because I don't know who your number is and call me back. Out of the hundreds of cards that I passed out, I bet there's, I would say less than 5 have called me back with an issue. So guys, you gotta help me too. So I wanna do the best I can for you guys. I wanna be there. I want you to see the patrol cars. I want you to see the difference, and I can't do it without the community's help. We got a lot of things to work on, but I think one of the biggest things we got to work on right now without seeing Crescent City is unity. You got to start looking at all the bad stuff and start looking at the good, because there's so much good going on. we spend so much time looking at all the bad stuff that we forget what's going on good. And we waste our time on the bad stuff and we could be moving forward and thinking about it. Anyway, I'll
No,
stop
thank
there.
you, and just for clarification for the community, and I know this has come up multiple times, even though you have his cell number, even though you might have that, we had a problem with this before, you've got to call dispatch. You have to have that call recorded, it's got to go to dispatch. We had that issue before, so please, you know, and following up with him, but, you know, your response is gonna be, you need to immediately call dispatch if you have an issue. Is that correct? It has to go through dispatch? Okay. So thank you. Yeah, do we have any other public comment before I close this out and we go on to, our leads? Yes, ma'am, please. Come forward, state your name, your address, if you will.
Elizabeth Gomez, 19 Cedar Street, and I just heard this the other day. A house divided within itself, it can never stand, so the sheriff is right, we need to be united. Him and I got united for my street, 19 Cedar Street, and I want to inform him that my neighbor and I have become fast friends. And this Christmas, they had music, they were polite, and they had it off by 10, and then they decided to sit around and talk. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment at this time? Okay, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and close public comment. And we're gonna move on. We had a motion to take, out of our business items, the extension of the lease out of order. So at this time, if you would go to that. Charles, do you want to?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the renewal of a 3-year lease with Putnam County for office space at 117 North Summit Street. It expired actually December 31st. That recommends renewing the lease and staying in from January.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
I make the motion that we vote.
We'll have discussion after the next motion. Okay, yes.
I make a motion that we is going to renew. That's what we're trying to do, renew it.
Yes, sir.
Lease for 3 years.
For 3 years.
For 3 years.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a proper second. Commissioners, do we have discussion?
Yes, for the current lease. Somebody.
It's right there in your, it's in your packet.
Yeah.
2164, 86 cents a month.
And I do want to make a note that this last year and I want to thank our tax collector's office because they did this on their own accord and they invested $10,000 into that building. They had the building painted, they had the front facade. They had the front facade done. There was a lot of wood rot there and they took care of that. And all of that came out of the tax collector's budget. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to come? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you again for putting this off to this point, so somebody from the county could be here. We are not the signer of the lease, so I have to admit, I'm disappointed that the county is not here to speak up, but that, I know that office is incredibly important to South Putnam. Transportation in our county is an issue. So yes, we felt like the building was in serious trouble. And after I reached out to Mayor Myers, I realized your budget did not have it in it. And because of the concern of the facade and the rotted wood, we felt like we had a security issue and a safety issue that we had to handle for our customers, who are your customers, who are your constituents. We share that collective constituency. And so with permission, then we certainly couldn't work on your building without permission, even if we were paying it. So we had to go through all the things from your permission, and then we had to get permission from the county to let us fix it up. But we're glad to, we know it's a better place for your constituency and for our customers. So yes, ma'am, we pride ourselves in trying to make that be something this city is proud of. And I know it's, as we talked about earlier, I forget how many transactions it was in 1 month. A lot. Yeah, so it's imperative we keep it here. I really appreciate us addressing and certainly stay here to make sure that if you have questions, that we can do our best to answer them.
And it did improve it, and it prompted us, and we also painted Gullet title, the city did that.
Oh, and I did reach out and say, what color are you all doing in the fire department? Because we'll match, we do not care about this. We want it to be part of your city.
So we appreciate that. Commissioner Bailey, you had a question?
Yes, the recommendation of city manager to keep the rent the same, or this is gonna be a 3-year lease and it's been how many years before that? Is it not a change for a little increase, or should we?
There is a provision in the lease that you have the option of increasing it, and I think it's.
I mean, I hate to increase the month for anything, but here we live in a time where the rent has almost tripled in the city in the last couple of years for residents.
And that's why I brought it up, the fact that they have made the investment they took up on themselves, and just the benefit that this has for our residents here.
I understand that, but I wanted the recommendation from the city manager if it was just for a little increase.
Okay, then I have a question.
Yes.
Because we're approving the lease, I don't see the lease in the packet.
It's right after the cover.
I don't see a lease.
Lease agreement renewal.
Okay, well, the bottom line is, with regard to the rent, it was my understanding, wherever this is supposed to be, that there was an automatic 5% annual increase, but it's never been applied. So I didn't know where you got the current rental amount, and the same question as Doc. Is that gonna be it, or is it gonna increase at 5% a year?
Okay, now, Mayor, and Commissioner, thank you for the question. The original automatic increase was part of a different footprint, and it was a lease, I don't even know when that lease was started, but it was based on a different footprint, which included Gullet Title. And that's before my time, but I was here when Gullet Title, when the footprint changed. So when the footprint changed, the lease changed to a smaller capacity and a lower amount, because we're not the county, and of course, it's not my office leasing it. It's not our tax collector office, it's the county, because it has multiple county functions in it. But at that point in time, the lease changed because there was a change in the footprint that was being rented. And then in place of that, the city rented that extra space. I think it was at one time a sheriff's stop station. But instead, the rent was made up by renting to Gullet for that space.
Right, we got that part about the space, we covered that.
I'm sorry, but the
Right.
next lease did not include the automatics, as we understand. My recommendation is, because I have a hard time speaking for the county, they do pay this bill. That's one of their constitutional requirements, to provide space for constitutional officers to provide their services. So if you are concerned about this, you probably have some options, and one of them would be to table it and go on month to month, or the other one might be to extend for 1 year at the current situation and have a sit down with the county. I understand the need for an incremental increase, so I'm not suggesting I'm not supportive of that. What I'm saying is I'm not the right person for that discussion. I stayed here because I knew it was here, and I just wanted to be able to get a perspective on it, and maybe some alternatives, which is a month to month for a time period, and or to do a 1-year extension and get the county to the table.
Thank you, Commissioner Burton.
Yeah, we were supposed to get together today, and I went over and got the message that you couldn't make it. I'm sure you.
I sent you an email on Tuesday as
You
well.
probably did, and I missed
So
that.
sorry, and I asked Charles to reach out to you as well,
Yeah.
but I didn't tell the staff they might show up.
It's okay, and, but anyway, they did take me through the tour,
Good,
and
thanks
of
for
course.
telling me.
Oh, yeah, and they're just great over there. I mean, I do a lot of business over there, my car, my trailer, all the things that I do. But they did have one thing that they asked about, and asked me to ask about this tonight. I guess they have some leaks in the roof. And we're wondering,
That's an on and off, long-term problem that we've been talking about for years now.
and basically, you're not sure where it's at as far as when is it going to be fixed or replaced, or I didn't know if it was a city type of an issue. Since we are the people that you rented from, it would seem like we kind of own the problem. But anyway, just thought I'd bring that up too, that the building does need more work.
As I understand it, the lease specifies different things, who's responsible, the roof is the city's responsibility. Maybe 3 years ago, instead of replacing it, some repair work was done on it, and it did stop it for a period of time.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad in one room there, so, you know, and I just
We
want
have
to bring
moved the
that up.
files out of that room to preserve them.
Mayor,
State Commissioner Banks.
Your Honor, well, let me withdraw my motion and, we'll table it until we can get with the county and discuss it with the county, city manager, discuss it.
We're on a month to month with it right now, and, I know our interlocal with the county, they're still working on that, and they're supposed to be getting with us, and maybe that's something that, as part of the interlocal, that we can talk to them about.
Because the tech, she can't help us. Well, it's out of her hand.
Well, it is, true enough, it is out of our
So we
hands.
get spinning a track.
Right.
So what we need to do is to move on, table that and move on to a better time.
Yes.
When we can get, when we can get the county manager down here and they can discuss it and come up with a solution. We ain't gonna come up with no solution tonight.
Okay.
Well, I have a difference of opinion on that. They were supposed to be here. We're gonna vote, we're gonna extend the thing or not. To me, it's a matter of how much, not whether we're gonna extend it. And that's why I asked the city manager if he had a recommendation, because it is 3 years down the road, and even though they've done some work, you know, the next 3 years, rent, like I said, rent's tripled in here, and you know, they were supposed to be here. I'm not a big guy for tabling anything, taking it down the road. I say we either pass it or we don't, and how much.
Well, we could approve it, the motion could include, that next year there's a 5% increase each year thereafter, and they can, and then when we send them the lease, they may reject it and say, we want to talk about this. But it was the legal department that reached out to me and said, this lease is expiring, we want to bring it for renewal. So we had a little bit of communication. So they could come down here. I'm okay with not an increase this year because there is some ongoing roof issues we had, in addition to the investment that they did put into the building to improve it and fix the problems we have.
Okay, then I'll make a motion now that we approve it with a 5% increase for the next 3 years, 5% each year.
After this renewal.
After this renewal, we do it as is, 5% each year after it's absolutely etched in stone and paper.
Okay, we have a motion, proper motion, do we have a second? Motion fails for lack of second. So do we have, any further discussion? Commissioner DeVito, do you have an option that you would like to put out there?
Okay, I would just like to point out, this is what I asked the city manager about earlier today. Okay, there's a one-page whereas clause that was in our last packet before we deferred this. And it provides for the base rent, and then it just says, all the terms and conditions of the original lease shall remain in full force and effect. But that original lease is not in our packet at this time. I'm pretty sure it had a 5% increase, but anyway, we don't have the original lease before us, and it's incorporated by reference. So we just, you know, we just need to make sure we know what we're voting on.
Okay, so do I have a motion? We're gonna either, I need a motion to move forward with this, or we're gonna table this and let them go month to month.
I move to table this and go month to month until we can.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second. Oh, sorry, let Commissioner Banks second, he made the motion to table.
Okay, so we have a motion to table with a second. Any further discussion? I do want to say that I want to keep in mind when we go forward with this, you know, I had some heartburn with this over Gullet title because they're at $600 a month, and I believe that's what, how many square feet? 2,000 square feet? Something like that. Anyway, it's a lot of square feet. But they also provide, you know, a good service here to the community. So anyway, with that going, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Thank you so much for your time. Be safe going back home.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
We
sir.
appreciate all you
It's a
do.
pleasure to be here, and I will look forward to this next. I'm sure Charles, you're reaching out to the county. And we have already reached out as well because we are the main entity in there and we know that it's important for us to be there.
And you didn't get a response either, did you?
I'm not sure if we did, they may have responded to someone other than myself. I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're gonna go back, if everyone will go back to item A, which is our public hearing. We're gonna open up our public hearing. This is a resolution of the city of Crescent City adopting standard rules and procedures for commission meetings and providing for an effective date. You want to, either one of you want to? You
You
can-
just read it, or you just read it.
Really, Bobby should read it, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna read it, Bobby, just for, okay, go ahead.
Mayor, this is the result of our workshop. This resolution is the result of our workshop 2 nights ago. I passed out the revised version to you. All the changes are typed are included in there, and staff recommends approval.
I want to make a motion to approve resolution 2023-01.
Okay, we have a motion for approval,
I second that.
and we have a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion?
Well, I have a couple of questions.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito.
One, has our city attorney reviewed this?
Yes.
Bobby, will you speak into the?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and secondly, has anyone on the commission actually read it before we pass it? Because I came in today and it was on my desk, and I scanned it while other people were talking. But I don't think any of us have really had an opportunity to read it.
I have, do you have any concerns about it, or from what you read?
Well, I mean, I just skimmed it during the meeting while other people were talking, so basically, no, I have not really read it, and I'm not at the position to figure out whether I have any concerns or not. One question I didn't get a chance to ask the city attorney is, will we adopt this? Because the reason for some of this is chapter 286. So in our workshop, and I think you were not able to be here, we discussed the idea that whatever we adopt here, we can deviate from it, especially when it comes to when people get to speak or whatnot. Is that accurate, or once we adopt this, do we have to comply with it? Because we're adopting it to meet the requirement of state statute.
I think as long as there is a majority of the commission that voted for it, you can deviate from it. As long as you stay within the confines of the law, I mean, you couldn't do something wildly different. But no, it's not you have to do this or it doesn't work type deal.
Okay, then the only other difficulty I have with this is that we have recognitions, proclamations, and presentations pretty far down the line after the sheriff's report. Don't we usually put that before the sheriff's report?
It depends, but we can, if we don't have anything, but just like the presentations tonight, we had 2 presentations that really everybody had to sit through, but anyway, if you would like to, Commissioner DeVito, you can move that up before the, to number 8, if you want to, ask that be done. Is that correct, Charles?
Yeah, you guys can make the changes to,
Yeah.
they're not substantive changes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, essentially, some of this we did to follow our current practice. Right now, recognitions, proclamations, and presentations come directly after public comments and before the sheriff's report. And I think we should stick with that.
I didn't take this as a solid way to do our agenda. This is things that are in the agenda,
And I can change the
and you
agenda
can
as-
change the agenda as needed. That's the way I kind of took that.
And that's how when we discussed it the other day, that these were items that were gonna be on the agenda,
Yeah.
not necessarily in this order.
It says shall reflect the following order. So, I mean, once you adopt it, this is what you're supposed to do.
Well, then we need to change that to May. How's that?
Okay, well, I guess that's
Does
fine.
that work?
Sure.
Okay.
We had another issue with, names and addresses mandatory or not.
Bobby?
Yeah, I think that,
Well,
I
she
guess I'll
needs
stay
to
here.
hear, she wants to hear it. Go ahead, Bobby, please.
yeah, I agree with what you said, at the workshop. I think we should strongly encourage it, but we can't require it.
And the wording in this is, requested to give the name.
That's what the ethics program said. I just want to clarify, and thank you.
Do we have any, is there anything else in here that, before we move forward, we discussed this, at length the other night and kind of came to an agreement. This was everything that we discussed, so. Is there anything else that, okay, Commissioner DeVito, are you?
I don't
Okay,
have anything.
now, we've got, we have a motion on the table, but we have made, that change as far as changing the shall to may. So it's gonna have to be, amended, that motion will have to be amended with changes, is that correct, Bobby?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so that motion to
You want
adopt,
to amend your motion?
yes.
And if, since we're making all these small changes, if we could just change, because in the resolution it refers to it as Schedule A, and then it says, if we're making these small changes, then fix that too. So
So,
it says Exhibit A in the attachment, and it says Schedule A. in the
schedule A,
resolution.
okay. Okay,
Okay, so I would like to amend, okay, resolution 2023, to include, to change the word shall to may. Do I have to say specifically where or throughout the document? How am I supposed to do this?
Just with the adopted changes.
Yeah, with the adopted change.
with the adopted changes.
With the adopted changes. So shall becomes may, and, schedule, in this case, in section 2, schedule becomes exhibit A.
Commissioner Banks, do you want,
I said,
you want to, okay. So we have an amended motion with a second. Any further discussions? Okay, I'm gonna open it up at this time for additional factual testimony for or against. Seeing nobody come forward. If you have any public input, please at this time, this is your opportunity to speak on this item. Okay, see no one come forward. With that, commissioners, we have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
I have one question. So this didn't appear in our packet, correct?
This what?
Did not appear in the meeting packet, correct?
What do you mean?
The finished version did not.
The finished version did not, but Karen, will you make sure it goes? Okay.
What I'm saying is people have nothing to comment on because there was nothing in the packet except the cover memo, right?
Well, you know, a lot of people were sent through that workshop the other day. You know, if they had a question, I would think the public would come forward and ask us that question. If they are wondering anything about this, they have that opportunity to come forward and ask us. So I didn't have anybody come forward. So with that, right now I have a proper motion and I have a second. I'm gonna, yes.
It probably should be, that's just gonna be my recommendation. It probably should all been together in the packet, but if y'all want to move forward with it, it's a resolution on ordinance. We have to go.
But your recommendation at the table to February?
I mean, it wasn't all there for the public review before it was voted on. It wasn't all together in the packet for the public review prior to enactment.
Okay. Okay, with that said, right now, I have a motion on the table. We have some options here. You can either go forward with your motion on the table, and approve that, or you can, withdraw your motion and we can get a motion to table this. So,
I think
Commissioner Burton, you made the motion.
withdraw your motion and I withdraw my second. I think that would be the appropriate way to do it since we need to have all of it together for clarity. And we just have to table it.
Yeah, I withdraw.
Into our next meeting. I withdraw my second.
Okay, so who wants to make a motion to table this, please?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, will somebody please make the motion?
I'll make a motion to table this. Okay? Just
I'll
table it.
second then.
Okay. Okay, so we have a proper motion to table, we have a second. We don't have a special meeting, we have a workshop, correct?
Have a workshop. You can wait until February.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Okay. So we have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
So moved. So that has been tabled and we'll put that on the 15th,
Thank the city manager for speaking up when it was right.
The attorney.
the attorney,
The attorney.
city attorney.
You guys look like twins.
He looks older than me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Donnie's quite a bit younger, but that's okay, that's a compliment, we'll take that as a compliment
That
to
was your outside
Charles.
voice. I'll take it as a compliment.
We'll take that as, Charles will take that as a compliment.
I know it was kind of sheepish, but I do respect him making
Okay.
it right, so.
Okay, let's move on to resolution 2023-02, amending the employee pension plan.
A resolution of the city of Crescent City, Florida, adopting an amended employee pension plan, providing for severability, providing for administrative action, providing for an effective date.
Mayor, this item is the regular employee pension plan, which currently is has a three-member trust, three trustees on the board. The way that it's structured is two of the seats are by title, the mayor and city managers, whoever holds those positions assumes those seats. The third is actually by name. And the change tonight is to change that to a title of resident appointed by the city commission. And rather than the name, we've already notified Brett Peterson is the name on which, when he became mayor, he ought to have been removed as a resident, which didn't occur. So this will rectify that. He hasn't been notified and given his 30 days notice that he'll be replaced on the board. So this change is to change that language. That's the only change to the documents for the pension plan. And then we're also asking you to appoint someone to that seat.
My question is right now, should we pass this resolution and then
Yes, I
take
would
that up
recommend
in
it.
February, okay, in
It's,
February that we make appointments, that we bring our recommendations for appointments?
you can talk about those recommendations tonight. If you're not comfortable making, like if someone you hadn't considered is brought up, you want to think about it, and we can do that in February.
Okay, thank
Do we
you.
have any candidates that submitted an
I
application?
need a motion first before we start discussion, I'm sorry. So can I get a motion, please? For acceptance?
I move that we adopt resolution 2023-02, adopting the amended employee pension plan.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
We have a proper motion and a second. Commissioners, now discussion. Commissioner Bailey, I apologize.
Yeah, it's all right.
Trying to,
In the proper way, I have no problem with that. I just was wondering if anybody has submitted a residence application or interested in it. thus
We
far.
didn't put it out that way as an application. We asked you all to make recommendations. We asked people that have expressed interest, I think, through some of our commission. So that'll be part of your discussion tonight.
do we have any other discussion about this? Any other
Yeah.
questions? Yes, ma'am?
Well, it says here, the only change in the plan is the deletion of the named third trustee, replacing it with Crescent City resident appointed by the city commission. Where do I find that particular change, where is that made actually?
Look on,
Do you have your glasses? For that fine print?
page 9 of the title of the document is trust agreement. I think it's the first.
City manager, mayor of the city of Crescent City, and then it says city resident appointed by the city commission.
Yes, that's
So
the change.
that's where you want to change it.
Yes.
Wait, I'm not, Mayor, could I ask, please?
Let me make sure that Commissioner Burton is.
They're not finished. And then it says the city commission of the city of Crescent City, Florida desires to adopt the amended and restated pension plan. But I don't see with this resolution, where it actually puts the change in.
It's not, the resolution is for the mayor to sign, and they would approve that.
So it's just once she signs it, then it's a go.
Yeah, I felt like, because one's actually, I didn't know this, but I think it's before my time, one's been done without board approval, and I felt that it was necessary that the board approve the mayor's ability to sign, so that's why I threw this resolution in there. It was done prior without.
So you're.
No, we did, there were a few, there were a couple of corrections, so it reads now, and you do have those copies. It should read now, therefore, be it resolved, and also where it has down here, mayor, it is his/her. Just so that if there ever is a his, we have that covered. They might not appreciate that.
So your resolution is to adopt the amended flood contingent plan. The amendment is that change in language for the third trustee.
Okay, so Commissioner Burton, can I move on to Commissioner DeVito's question while you're still?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito?
Sure, okay, I had this question like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and I did not get an answer to it when I was city manager. You just said it was somewhere in there. So when you're saying this is on page 9, are you saying, I don't see language saying who these people are, the trustees?
Page 9 of the trust agreement.
Okay, so it's, in other words, the signature blocks are what identifies them?
Yes.
That's it?
Why not?
Okay. The other problem I have with this, when I think I asked this question is, the company Kemp Qualified Administration LLC, they're recommending that we adopt the amendments to the plan. They said there's amendments. We don't have a letter from them. I mean, there's nothing in the resolution that says that's the only change. It just says it's a restated plan. I was a little surprised that there's no letter. I'm surprised that I don't see anywhere, and just for the benefit of anyone who's listening or present, this is a very lengthy technical document that none of us really understand. So there's no letter from Kemp. And somewhere there, I thought I saw it said discretionary trustees get paid.
No, no one is paying.
So basically, whatever. Okay, so it's just whoever signs it, that's the trustee.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Commissioner Banks. And are you done, Commissioner DeVito?
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
let me, I'm getting confused now. That when we had this workshop on this, correct?
No, we did not workshop.
No, that was on our fire and the,
We have a plan administrator that brought this need for this change to me. I think we're a very competent plan administrator, has been so for years. Told us we need to make this change because it was incorrect. So I'm following their direction. They sent us these documents to provide to you. And so my recommendation to you is to approve this change to pension plan.
I moved it.
Yeah, there's only one thing here, on section 2 here, you say the amended and restated pension plan that is attached to this resolution is approved. Further, the mayor or her designee is hereby, it just should say further the mayor or designee, take the her out. Just, the mayor can be anybody,
well, that's why we put his, her, / his, her.
but I don't think you need even that in there, just the mayor.
She's saying pronouns are not needed.
Yeah, and that's fine. If you want to, I just.
Yeah, just mayor or designee.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm
Yes, and if you'll look over here, it speaks to, as far as the trustee, means a person or persons who is a trustee, custodian. I mean, if you look over on page 1, it gives a definition. And the trustee is identified in Article 4 as far as what the trustee is. So it doesn't ask for the actual name to be stated in here. It's just what the trustee is.
No.
So that's where, okay. So with that, do you want to amend your motion?
The resolution change, the mayor or designee. This is a resolution that you get to do at one time.
Yeah,
That
that's what
doesn't
we're
mean-
trying to, that's.
Yeah, that you can't sign anything else. This is, you sign this one time, so it would be you or your
Okay,
designee.
okay.
Or designee.
The amendment is about pronouns. It's about pronouns.
So then what you would be doing is Bobby's saying that the mayor is hereby authorized to sign and take out the whole designate on her delegate. Okay, so would you amend your motion, please?
Okay, so Bobby, you want designee taken out as well?
I think it's fine the way it is, but if y'all wanna take something out, just take it out.
Okay, so let's finish this up.
Well, we need clarification from Bobby. You're saying this is a one-time authorization so that the word designee is not required or appropriate?
No, I'm not saying that, I'm saying that it's fine, because this is authorizing her to sign this one document. So either her or whoever she tells can sign it.
Right.
Why am
That's
I?
all, yeah.
Okay, but just to be, completely, I guess, modern and correct, right, to be.
Okay,
Wait,
can we
I'm trying to find it here. Yes.
Can we please amend your motion?
Yes, I'm amending my motion. I move resolution 2023-02. Amending, adopting the amended employee pension plan, with the one change in section 2, to take out the words or his, her, well, take out the words his, her designee, so it would read, the mayor or designee is hereby authorized. So that's the motion.
I'll second that. Okay, and so we have a second. At this time, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna open it up for additional factual testimony for or against. Seeing no one come forward, I'm gonna open it up for public input. If you have any public input on this, please step forward. Seeing no one come forward, I'm gonna close public input. At this time, Commissioner, we have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so moved. You know, Karen, on this, would you just do roll call for me, just for,
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
aye. Thank you, so moved. Okay, let's move on to resolution 2023-03, supporting Florida League of Cities.
Mayor, do you want to bring up the potential appointees?
We can, if you want to talk about them, or does everybody have an appointee that they want to speak to? Commissioners, I've spoken to
For this trustee
Yeah.
position? How do you want to vote next month?
Commissioner DeVito.
So if we're not voting now, and I kind of think we shouldn't because we have a lot on the table, wouldn't it make more sense just to have whoever we recommend put their names in writing and circulate them, and they can be in the packet next month?
And that's what that was earlier when I was getting at that, is that what we would, that's my recommendation as well, that we do that in the February meeting. So commissioners, please, if you have someone that you feel like would be, have the experience with working with this type of, fiduciary responsibility and investment, you know, by all means, please get their resume and, be prepared at the February meeting. With that, we're going to move on to resolution 2023-03, supporting the Florida League of Cities. Charles, Bobby, if you want.
A resolution of the city of Crescent City urging members of the Florida legislature to support the 2023 Florida League of Cities legislative platform.
Mayor, this item was brought forward by Commissioner DeVito, asking us to support the agenda. It's in your packet. They're all issues of supporting, they look out for us, Florida League of Cities is really our voice in Tallahassee for local issues, local control, home rule. So these issues are all worth our support. This would show our support for the League of Cities as they're working on our behalf. Separate from approval.
Okay, commissioners, also, if you want to look in your package, it will have their legislative platform and what their priorities are. The enterprise fund transfers, mobility plan, short-term rental, accessible housing, water resource planning, comprehensive watershed management. Also, their policy positions on property tax protection, residential zoning, transportation funding, water and wastewater plant operator licensor. So those are their items that they're bringing to the forefront. So with that, do I have a proper motion? Can I get a motion?
I move to approve resolution 2023-3.
We have a motion to adopt, and we have a second. Commissioners, do we have any further discussion?
I just have a brief comment. I believe that the North Florida League of Cities, I spoke to our delegation
They
about
did.
it last Monday, and you stood with the executive
I
director
did.
and board member, is that all right?
I did.
So thank you for that. So that was the North Florida League of Cities, and this is our opportunity to adopt it as an individual city.
Yeah, and so what they did there is they, as the North Florida League of Cities, they presented it to the, to our legislative delegation for our area, in support of these, that the entire League of Cities is doing, so, thank you. Okay, with that, I'm gonna open it up for additional factual testimony for or against. Okay, public input, if anybody has any public input on this, please step forward. Okay, with that, commissioners, I do want to say that Commissioner DeVito, she has been our home rule hero. She works with the legislative delegation with the Florida League of Cities and works on this. A lot of people, there are a lot of people across the state that work on these, and they're out there in Tallahassee constantly working with the legislature, trying to take care of us, you know, especially where our home rule is concerned. So we appreciate your efforts and their efforts in that. And with that, we have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, so moved. Let's move on to the first reading, ordinance 2023-01, amending the fiscal year 2022-23 budget.
An ordinance in the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending the budget for fiscal year 2022-2023, providing for administrative action, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, what I'm passing out is the CRA budget with the detail. I realize the spreadsheet I put in your packet did not contain the detail that the CRA board approved and the specific changes within the CRA budget. So this is just what the CRA board approved and recommended your approval at the last CRA meeting. So this item is to accomplish a couple things. One is that CRA change to adjust for the actual amount of money that was left last year. And the same for the Better Place Fund. That's another fund where we have a rollover and we estimate it all summer as we go through our workshops. And then we find out actually after the new year begins what was actually left in that fund. The other one is a change to the general fund. Came to my attention that we showed in the CRA budget the revenue that's transferred from the general fund, but we did not show it in the general fund as being transferred out. So as a result, as you trim down the general budget by that amount was approximately less than $80,000, but it was, you know, we were able to mitigate that a little bit. But by now we received our actual healthcare costs. So we were able to absorb some of that with those, they're highlighted in yellow in this general fund spreadsheet. The other ones highlighted in blue show where we do specific lines within the general fund to make up for that difference. The biggest one was we did remove the part-time position in public works. We were able to hire that individual, Kevin, into a full-time position. He's been an excellent addition to staff. And so we had a vacancy at full-time, we hired him full-time. And then that took a big chunk of the difference in budget. So those things are the budget amendments before you tonight, and the staff recommends approval.
Okay, commissioners. Before you do this, before we make the motion, I do want to say that you have a corrected ordinance 2023-01, where it has the city commission of Crescent City, that's in your first whereas, finds it necessary to amend. Those are changes that were made. So with that, do we have a motion on the corrected? It should be, you have a copy of it, she gave you a copy and should have it right there.
Yeah, I've seen it, I've got it over here.
Okay, I just want to make sure you know. So with that, commissioners, can I get a motion, please?
I'd like to do a motion to,
It's gonna be the first reading on the ordinance, so we'd be passing the first reading.
I just want to make sure I say it right, because we're adding this as well, is that what?
Yes, with the proper CRA spreadsheet or budget sheet.
Okay, it's a proper budget sheet, okay. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to accept the ordinance 2023 with the additional amended budget. Oh, for the CRA, excuse me, for the CRA. I was looking at this one too, and I was thinking, well, I don't know.
I think we're missing the 01.
Yeah,
So, can I clean that up a little bit, or?
yeah, what you're really, you're doing, you're amending the budget for the fiscal year and you're adding in this, is that correct? And you're adding in.
I just want to make sure I'm adding it in correctly or whatever,
Make
it
sure.
doesn't sound correct.
Yeah, and there was a little minor text change to the whereas.
Text change.
The ordinance 2301 with the text change to the ordinance and the CRA spreadsheet with the expenditure detail.
So, Commissioner Norton, you good? Would you, I hate to
So
ask you this, would you bring your, I know it's, I know it makes noise, I
Sounds like my knee.
know. So basically, what I need is I need a motion amending the budget for fiscal year 2022-23 with the, attached new CRA budget and the, changes that are in there, so that's what I.
I so move.
No, I can't.
I can't do that?
No, you got to make the motion.
You need a recorder. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
There,
Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
do you want me to make a motion?
Commissioner Burke, you want her to make a
Yeah,
motion?
go ahead.
Okay, please make a motion.
So I'm going to do this way. So I move that we adopt ordinance 2023-01, amending the budget. Are we on the budget or the
We're
CRA?
amending the fiscal year 2022-23 budget.
Yes, okay, with the addition of the attached new CRA budget.
And the changes, the grammatical changes.
And with the, I guess, with the grammatical changes and the whereas clauses.
Yes.
Does that cover it?
Okay, thank you. I have a proper motion. Do I have a second?
I second all of that.
I have a motion. A motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Commissioners, does anybody have, anything they would like to say?
I have a couple of
If not,
questions.
Okay, go ahead, please ask your questions.
So, couple of questions. In the main part of the budget, I noticed that we are reducing, building maintenance, equipment maintenance and repair.
Do you want to say where you are on that? What page?
Well, page 8 is one, there are just,
Commissioner, she's on page 8.
and page 8, I'm just asking Charles a general question. I mean, there are just places where they, I guess, made a judgment and shaved off small amounts that they could. And I'm just using page 8 in other general government building maintenance and repair. That it's hard to read this, but that went down by a couple $1,000. That happens in some other departments as well. Are we gonna have to be like deferring maintenance or?
No, in those instances, those budgets had been beefed up a little bit,
Okay,
so I just, took out that luxury and put them back to kind of where they were. And then I took out, we had added some employee incentives, and most of the beautification money, those kind of things that were sort of,
Right, well-
wants for the need.
just more concerned about where it says maintenance, but so you don't feel that we're necessarily hurting.
Correct.
And, okay, not deferring. And then when you go to the CRA portion of the budget,
And you're looking at the new amended, are you looking at the amended one?
I think the amended, well.
This one that he just handed out, is that the one you're looking at?
No,
Okay, please look at that one.
that one. I think it's the same except for CRA revenue, but it's a general question.
Okay,
Okay, for the CRA budget, once we have monies in these different categories. Okay, for example, say professional services versus improvement project. There's different amounts. Look at page 3, for example, CRA. Doesn't really matter which one you look at. Say there's $10,000 in professional services and $110,000 in improvements and projects. if we wanted to rearrange where the funding is going to go during the fiscal year between these different lines, for example, from improvements to professional services or any of these lines, do we have to pass an ordinance or can we do something less costly and time consuming?
Well, all the advice I'm getting is, however you adopt your budget to begin with, that we need to do the same way, unfortunately. What I was hoping for, as long as it's within the fund. But I think what happens is people in an abundance of caution, they say, just go with whatever, however you adopt the budget to begin with, based on your charter, which in our case is by ordinance. But it is a cumbersome process. And
No, that's fine. I asked the question a year or two ago and I got a completely different answer. And you know, professional advice differs. So I'm fine, I understand. So my concern with this budget is that there are places where we have a lot of money in improvements projects and potentially we could use a little bit more in professional services. But
Where do you
we,
see in professional services, we need to add some?
for example, page 3, and also, I guess in each of the CRA budgets, I'm just trying to see, because central we didn't have here before. Central, we have, okay, it's 38089, and professional services is 7,000. Do we have specific things where that you're planning to use those professional services for?
in which district?
Central.
Central, what we've been using them for are, things like renderings, the renderings we've done, surveys, if we have to do a title search, those kind of things, those are professional services. I don't know off the top of my head, if I have something.
Okay, and just for clarification, which line item does in the central, which line item does our grant program come from? The grants that we've been doing for
If you look at
side
central,
grants.
at the very bottom line says grant.
okay, so we have $40,000 grant, and we've actually already spent some of that, right?
We have, yes.
Yeah.
Right, we spent most of it, so, okay, and repair and maintenance, is that money designated? I mean, in other words, do you have specific spots to spend the repair and maintenance money, or?
We do have some things we'd like to accomplish, but now we don't have all that money dedicated. It's still available for if repair and maintenance issues were to come up. We're currently looking at some of the crushed sidewalks, things like that to repair those.
Got it.
So basically, right now, if we gotta make any changes, it's gonna have to go through on the to err on the side of caution. We're going in the right direction with our audit. We wouldn't have to do a budget amendment, correct? If we're gonna
Yes.
move anything from one category to another.
Right.
Yeah,
Is that what
so
we're getting at? Okay.
same way to do it.
So I guess because, have in mind some professional services we could avail ourselves of that might help us. I would love to see us take $5,000 in each CRA from, repair and maintenance in the north, and then from improvements in the, not the north, repair and maintenance in the central, and, improvement projects in the north and south, because those, have a good amount of money. If we move $5,000 each into professional services, I would like to see that happen.
What are we doing, budget meeting here or what?
But,
Yeah,
this is not,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's just,
Yeah, this is
we're
not
not
a
doing
CRA,
that.
so.
But we're passing the whole budget.
Well,
Well,
we've already
this-
passed the budget. This is an amendment to the budget, so this is the recommendation. And I think right now, I mean, it's gonna be my recommendation, commissioners, and that we go forward with this as it's currently presented to us. And then later on, if we need to, if you have a proposal that you would like to make, then by all means, you can bring it to the commission. But at this time, this is what we have here, and I think this is what we need to move on.
Okay, well, I made the motion, so that's
Okay,
fine.
so do we have any further discussion? Commissioner
One
Bailey?
question.
Yes, sir.
Are we falling in the same boat of this not being in the packet, having the precedent, because it wasn't in there?
No, because the ordinance had 2 readings, so the law, it just has to be all together 10 days before.
Okay, just trying to
We just have to make sure
Long before
everything,
it hits the mud.
everything is clean in this one before we go forward on
All
the
right,
second.
I'm good.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any further comments? Okay, seeing nobody raise their hand, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna open it up for additional factual testimony for and against. Seeing nobody come forward, I'm gonna open it up for public input. If we have any public input, please come forward, state your name and your address, if you will, please. Seeing nobody come forward. With that, commissioners, we currently have a proper motion and a second on the table. I'm gonna, Karen, if you would do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so moved, thank you. This will go on to the second reading, and that will be at the February 15th meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, the next three ordinances I put under one cover, but they need to be.
Individual.
Moved individually.
Okay.
They are the result of the referendum in March, making those changes. We need to do that by ordinance for the specific language for the charter.
Okay,
Ordinance 2023-02, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, adopting the charter amendment passed by the citizens of Crescent City on November 8, 2022, providing the city manager the ability to hire a clerk, providing for administrative action, providing for severability, providing for conflict, and providing for effective date.
I move we adopt ordinance 2023-02, adopting the charter amendment, providing the city manager the ability to hire a clerk.
I second.
okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Commissioners, I do want to make two notes to you, and you do have a copy of this. There's been some grammatical changes on this. If you look at G where it says, but without have a vote, it's having a vote. And if you look down at first reading approved on this 12th day of January, 2023. So would you amend your motion with those changes, please?
Right, so the first one was in G.
It was in G where it says at the very last, it says, but without have a vote, it should be having a vote.
Yeah. And so that's one change, right?
That's one change, and then down at the bottom, first reading approved on this 12th day of January.
Okay. All right, so, I will amend my motion, for the change, the grammatical change in G, have to having, and, in first reading, changing 14 to 12.
Okay.
You'll accept.
Yes.
Okay, so commissioners, do we have any discussion, please? No discussion. I'm gonna open it up for additional factual testimony for or against. I'm gonna open it up for public input. Do we have any public input? Okay, nobody's come forward. Commissioners, we currently have a proper motion and a second for the first reading of ordinance 2023-02. All in favor? Karen, let's do a roll call. I think with this, because it is part of our charter, let's do a roll call.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so move to go to the second reading. Okay, let's move on to ordinance 2023-03.
Yes, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, adopting the charter amendment passed by the citizens of Crescent City on November 8, 2022, providing for changing of administrative supervisor to city manager, providing for administrative action, providing for severability, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date.
I move that we adopt ordinance 2023-04.
About three.
Pardon,
We're going once.
Right. Sorry, we're on
2023-03.
Okay.
Where is it? Providing for changing of administrative supervisor to city manager.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a proper motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion? Okay, I'm gonna open it up for additional factual testimony for or against. Coming forward, I'm gonna open it up for public input. Do we have any public input on this? Okay, commissioners, Karen, would you do a roll call, please? We have a proper motion and a second for the first reading.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so move on to the second reading. Okay, let's go to the
in 2023-04, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, adopting the charter amendment passed by the citizens of Crescent City on November 8, 2022, amending the time period in which a candidate can file to run from city commissioner, providing for administrative action, providing for severability, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date.
On the written one, he doesn't have that where you put the mayor/commissioner, does he?
I pointed it out to him, yes.
Did you read that? Which one did you read?
What's in the packet?
Okay, you probably need to read,
Do you want this one? The new one? Here you go. There you go.
because as it currently reads, it doesn't include the mayor, it's just the commission. Even though it's the mayor commission, we just want to make sure there's dot all our i's, cross all our t's.
And we'll correct, it's not,
Yeah.
mayor, commissioner is not spelled. Right.
I see it in there.
Well, it's just not, it's in the body, it's not in the title.
So we need to make sure it's spelled correctly. Okay. Yep, commissioner, so we need to change the spelling of commissioner. Okay, you want to read that one?
Might be here.
Right, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, adopting the charter amendment passed by the citizens of Crescent City on November 8, 2022, amending the time period in which a candidate can file to run for mayor, commissioner, or city commissioner, providing for administrative action, providing for severability, and providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date.
And I think what Bobby's trying to get at is that before after we approve this, as you make your motion, please make this motion that commissioner is spelled correctly and that these changes are included, correct, Bobby? Is that,
Yeah.
are you okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Right, so I move we adopt ordinance 2023-04, adopting the charter amendment passed by the citizens of Crescent City, amending the time period in which a candidate can file to run for mayor, commissioner, or city commissioner, correcting the spelling of mayor, commissioner, so that it has, well, the proper spelling.
Okay,
Second.
we have a motion, we have a proper motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion on this? With no discussion, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for additional factual testimony for or against. Okay, no one's coming forward. We're going to open it up to public input. When there's no public input, I'm going to close public input. Karen, would you do a roll call, please?
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Commissioner Vance,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so move to go on to the second reading. Okay, now we're going to go to ordinance 2023-05.
An ordinance in the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending chapter 19 appendix of the code of ordinances, amending part 1 rates, fees, and charges for water and wastewater utilities, amending subsection B, monthly water rates and connection fees, amending subsection C, monthly sewer rate and connection fees, providing for administrative action, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, this item is a result of the study that was done by Florida Rural Water Association and subsequent meetings, workshop on this commission. The commission directed staff to prepare an ordinance to reflect those increases.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion? I'd like to make a motion to adopt ordinance 2023-05.
Okay, do I have a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second. We have discussion.
I have a serious question about this. So
Commissioner DeVito?
we have a corrected ordinance. And I'm not sure what the increases are supposed to be. I'm looking at the minutes from the meeting where we approved this. And actually, Charles's memo says the memo in the packet seems to say two different things. In the, when we approved the changes, the increases, what it says in the minutes, and I'm sorry I didn't write down, I think that was in the last regular meeting we had, but it says increase the water rate for the current fiscal year by 15% and 5% for wastewater. Then for the next fiscal year, the same 15% for water and 5% by wastewater. And then the motion said in subsequent years, the rate should increase by the appropriate CPI effective immediately. And the ordinance seems to say some,
That's because that's already in our code. That's been in effect since 2015. It's just never been applied. So that's why the
what's been on that.
CPI index, that increase, the automatic increase, has been in there this entire time. That's why it's not contemplated in the ordinance. It just was never done.
Okay, but wait a minute, so in the ordinance, the corrected ordinance, after the initial, water rate, it says additional increases, wait a minute.
Shall increase by 15%, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, well, it says 15% 2024, 5% each year, then instead of CPI, it says 5% each year thereafter, ending in 2032.
No, what we were told, or what the water survey said was 15%, which is for this year, 15% next year, and then 5% each year after that. And then after the 5% runs out in 2032, then it could be by the CPI.
Okay, there's nothing, okay, either, I don't know, that's not in the motion that we approved, the 5% until 2032.
It's not.
It's, well, it's here in the ordinance. It's here in the ordinance and we're approving this ordinance. So by approving this ordinance, that's what we're approving.
Okay.
And
so-
it's here, I mean, if you'll look,
That's what was
on the second
recommended.
page, you can go to the second page. And then it's on the last page.
This is the one we didn't have a rate increase for like 8 years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the CPI index is in another part of this code and stuff, so.
Yeah, even more than that, and we are significantly behind, and we're going into a serious deficit by not doing such. So unfortunately, we're having to play catch up because through the years, this has not been, addressed. And it falls on us to address it.
We're in the red right now.
Yeah, because it has not been addressed for
Right,
years.
so,
Wait a second, I got too many speakers, so Commissioner Bailey has just posed a question to,
We ended the last fiscal year in the red in the water fund. Currently, at this moment, I don't know, we're not in the red in the water fund. By the end of the year, we anticipate, just as the study showed us, it gets worse every year if we take no action.
so Commissioner DeVito, so what do you need?
okay, so I'm just saying, I know we need to increase this, I'm the one that made the motion to do it. But what was in the minutes and what is in our proposed ordinance are not the same. So you're saying the minutes are incorrect.
No, what I'm saying is I drafted an ordinance at the suggestion or with the recommendations of the guy that sat here and spoke from the Florida Rural Water Commission is exactly what's in that ordinance. I don't know if the minutes are right or wrong.
Right, but
So what are you seeing in the minutes? So read the minutes, and of course, this is, you know,
okay,
this brings up a whole nother concern that we have about minutes, but go ahead.
well, if Bobby feels that we are doing the right thing, that is fine with me. I just want to make sure that we are doing the right thing because the motion, the way the minutes reflect something else.
What did the minutes reflect? Please,
Okay,
so everybody has an understanding.
well, I don't even know that we have to have an understanding of this. If
Well,
Bobby feels like-
please read the minutes to us as they were approved, that you
Okay.
that you have some concern about.
Right, well, it says the rate increases for this year and the next year would be 15% and 5% for the water and the wastewater respectively. And then in subsequent years, the rates would increase by the appropriate CPI effective immediately. So, but that's not what is in the ordinance. So I just want to make sure we're voting on the right thing.
But okay, no, I see what you're saying, but the suggestion or the recommendation from the water commission guy was 15% in water, and then 5% until 2032, and then to be adjusted by the CPI, which was already in our code, and then the wastewater was 5%. So this year, the 5% and the 15% are reflected in the crossed out and then the underlined, and then the bottom shall increase by 15% in 2024, and then 5% each year after, ending in 2032. And then I put in there that additional increases may be implemented by the city commission by resolution. So if we did need to raise it in the future or go up by the CPI in 2032, then we could do that by resolution and on ordinance. So it would just be one reading.
Okay, no, that's fine, there's conflicting numbers, and I just wanna make sure we're voting on the right ones. So, that's fine with me.
Okay, we have, any other discussion on this? No other discussion, I'm gonna open it up for additional factual testimony. You know, I come forward, I'm gonna open it up for public input at this time. Do you have anything, any input that you'd like to give? No public input, I'm gonna close public input. So commissioners, we currently have a proper motion, and a second here. Would you do roll call for us, please?
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Bailey,
Aye.
Commissioner Day,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Yes.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so we've got a second reading. So,
Community needs water.
and we need to be able to not go in the red to provide that water, unfortunately. So, is this time you want me to open up the CRA, or is this?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna recess our current meeting, at this time and open up CRA. CRA is now open.
Mayor, this item is a continuation, brought you up to speed on we held off on the RFP, selecting a provider. What we found is that our current provider, we have a 3-year contract which comes up in March. And part of that contract is a free remodel of the site. They've offered to do that now. If we go ahead and renew, and we asked them about an additional pay, we were looking at $6,000 to $10,000 for a downtown website. We're not able to spend money on something like that, CRA money. What this will do is for just a fraction of that, $1,780, we'll create basically a website within the city's website. So you can go to the city page and you can click on CRA, maybe we call it /visit. And then you go to this, we can also advertise that sub-page as if it were an independent website on publication circle. It'll jump people right to that site. And that site will be the CRA page, so it will have our program information, our successes, before and after pictures, as well as business guide, which would be the entire length of the corridor, because all US 17, all of it's in one CRA or another. And this cost will be shared among the 3 CRAs. It would also have special events that are going on anywhere in the CRA districts. So it have a calendar, it have a business guide, it have property that's available for sale or rent. So it would accomplish sort of both things without being a standalone site that costs significantly more money. So this portion will be funded by the CRA. The update that the city commission will consider later tonight is free. It's just part of the cost of that is renewing for another 3-year contract. So I recommend that the CRA board approve this expenditure. We had marketing money for this. We were planning to spend quite a bit more. This is a tremendous savings. And then later, when the city commission reconvenes, they'll have that input from the CRA board, and we're asking them to approve the remodel of the site and the renewal of the contract.
Okay, commissioners, I didn't have your input. Commissioner DeVito.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so just to be clear, I didn't realize that Mayor Myers had stepped down. Just to be clear, basically, okay, well, I'll move that we adopt the town web CRA pages proposal.
I'll second it.
Okay.
We got a motion and a second.
So we're like, and I would recognize to ask a question.
Okay,
Did that still stand?
we got a motion in a second. It's staying.
Okay, so my question, this is basically the contract renewal. I'm looking at page 24. It's the same in both items. I'm not really sure which, well, I'm in the CRA item.
Well, right now, we're looking at,
Okay, well, I'm on the CRA item, but basically what I'm trying to figure out is what is the regular amount and what is the extra amount, because both of them have a page 24 that says the annual fee is 1,017. So, but I'm not, there are options, and basically to get this price, we have to renew by January 20th, 2023, right?
Yes, so the annual fee is paid for by the general fund
Right, but
currently.
what I don't understand is there's a whole bunch of fees on here, and I'm not sure, like, is our, I don't know which one is the general fund fee and which one is going to be, the CRA fee, and what is our total going to be?
1780 is, what is that? You said 1,700, I mean, you said, I thought you said 1,017, but I don't see 1,017 on here.
It's the visit microsite, under options, you can check or uncheck them.
Right,
So I'm asking you to approve the 1780 for the visit microsite, which would be our CRA site.
okay,
The other costs are general fund expenses for the contract. I'm asking the commission to review.
right, so basically, so is the 1780, is that a one-time fee, is it?
Yes,
Okay, so that's a one-time fee.
yes,
Okay, and then, but to get that, we have to renew for the annual fee of 1,017.
that's the annual hosting, maintenance,
Right.
support, and domain.
Okay, and then, so we're like the elite package, that doesn't apply, correct?
Correct, we're not asking for any of those other amenities.
Okay, but actually, I saw that they can automatically embed a live video to your site, which a lot of cities have. And that's $118 a year. And I would love for us to have that.
Okay, that would be I would see that as a general fund expenditure.
Yes.
at the commission meeting, but we can bring that up under the adoption of the.
All right, okay, yeah, so I understand, so basically right now, we're just approving the 17.
Right now, we're in CRA, so
The
right
micro-
now, all we're doing is the expenditure for CRA for this
Right,
1,780.
but the reason, right, but the reason I asked for clarification is, I want to know what we're spending as a whole, because we can't get the 1780 unless we do the rest of it, so I'm good, correct? I'm good, and
Okay.
I think I made the motion, we have a motion in a second.
Yeah.
So a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, with no other discussion, do we have any public input on this? And we'll go ahead and allow public input if we have any public input on this. Seeing none. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Bailey is not here. There he is.
Aye.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. So we've got that, all ayes have it, so moved. And with that, I'm gonna close out our CRA. And I'm gonna open up our meeting. Okay, let's go on to the Women's Club Arbor Day, request.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an annual, it's pertaining to the tree planting.
Actually,
Let him finish.
well, no, because I'm asking that we pull this, because the one's covered, we don't ask for this money, and the city plants the tree.
Right, this,
I'm gonna let him finish, and then you can make your comments.
as we did last year, the Women's Club requested the city purchase a tree and plant it and purchase saplings. And you approved that request and do a proclamation. This year, the saplings are being provided by the, I believe, the Forestry Service.
Lord Department.
There's still a desire to plant a tree, which would come out of our other aid to private organizations. We have to actually have an oak tree in a pot that we're gonna plant. In the event that it doesn't make it, we'll replace it from this fund.
Okay.
So we're not giving money to the Women's Club, we're just buying a tree if we need to, but we have a tree.
Commissioner DeVito, does that clarify that for you?
Well, the item in the packet says request for support for Arbor Day celebration by Women's Club, and they recommend approval of our request. The Women's Club, which I'm a member, we have not made a request. The tree that's being planted is a city tree. So there's no money coming to the Women's Club from the city budget.
And
So,
the Women's Club is not requesting support of the city to support the Arbor Day event.
no, what we would like, and we asked for last year, was for the city to provide a non-monetary sponsorship, since this is Crescent City Arbor Day celebration. But the planting of the tree at Fletcher Park, I think we discussed this last year, that's a city activity. The Women's Club there's no need for a monetary request. So all the Women's Club is really asking for, and the tree board's asking for, is just for the city to be a non-monetary sponsor of the Arbor Day celebration.
Well, then, how do you get approval? How do you get approval for the tree? If he needs to, but you've
She's
got the
saying
tree,
it's our tree,
you've got
it's
the
our
tree,
thing.
and so if anything happens, okay, then.
I'm saying that
I would like a motion then that we, the non-monetary support for this activity. So let's can we get a motion so that we can do this on behalf of the Women's Club?
well, I'll move that the city commission join in non-monetary sponsorship of the Arbor Day celebration that will take place at the Women's Club, in addition to the other city activities of planting the tree in Fletcher Park.
Okay, do I get a second, please?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any further discussion? No discussion. I don't know if there's any public input on this. The public input, okay, with that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, so moved. We've already gone through the extension of the lease for the Putnam County. We tabled that one. Now let's go to the town website proposal.
Yes, this is the companion piece for the website. Commission is looking at is renewal of our 3-year contract and a remodel of the website will come at no additional cost for the city. And then we'll include that visit page that the CRA board has agreed to pay for.
Entertain a motion, please.
I move we accept the City of Crescent City web design price quote from the town web company for the regular hosting, maintenance, and support package. And additionally, the visit microsite custom development of visit homepage and menu, 1780, that has already been approved by the CRA board and will be paid for out of CRA funds.
I'll
Okay,
second.
we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion?
Well, my
Commissioner
question,
DeVito, you wanted to add something to this
yes.
contract?
I noticed that there's an option for $118 a year. They will put a video on your site, and I've seen videos on other commission websites. I've had in mind a historic video for years that will look beautiful on our website. I think it would be very nice, whatever we put. And
Okay, so you want to add that to your motion that we, add this?
well, if any other commissioner is interested, maybe they would want to add that as an amendment, and I'd be happy to accept it. I mean,
I think to make it cleaner, it's your recommendation. I'd like to see you amend your motion to that.
so I will amend my motion to add the embedded live video for $118 a year.
Okay, Commissioner Bailey, are you still in second? If you're still okay with seconding that? It would be,
Yes,
okay.
second.
Okay, Commissioners, do we have any other discussion?
The only thing I'd like to know, if we can rotate the video, if every quarter you put a different video on, is that
I think what it's gonna be is it's gonna be these meetings live on the website.
No.
It says live video.
Think
Live video to your site.
Whoa, I don't want to pay $180 to see my face on the video.
We're already on. We already go through that from YouTube.
That was not my understanding of what they have.
And let me just check the,
Hi, maybe I have something. It's been my experience that when you're buying packages like that, but it's $118 or whatever this amount is, you're buying a license for a plugin, which allows you to put video anywhere you want in that website. So it's not one video that you're paying for, you're paying for the option to put a video anywhere you want on the website. So we already have the videos or the meetings are live on YouTube, and we connect to that for free, but this allows to embed one, probably on any page you want to. So it's not just for one video.
Right, and just,
it does say that in the packet, just stand out with added features like community promotional videos.
right, that's page 17, I knew I read that somewhere.
All right, great, I'll keep the motion.
Okay. So do we have any other public input? Thank you for that.
Thank you, BJ.
Mr. Williams. Do we have any other public input? Okay, with none, commissioners, we have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, so moved. Let's go on to request for waiver of the.
Mayor, this item is a request for permit fee waiver for 3 Sunsets on Stellar concert events. Last year, we were able to support these events through a grant with the CRA. To help pay the cost, these bands can be very costly. It's a beautiful event, a wonderful sunset event. We found out we cannot supply those grants any longer. So CCBC is adjusting, they're beginning to sell food at the event to try to cover the cost of the event. And so our request, staff recommends waiving the $350 fees for this event. It's free to the public, and this would be a way we can help them without violating our CRA restrictions.
Okay.
Design for the CCBC, will recuse myself
Okay.
to unspoken.
Excellent.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I would motion that we accept it as written.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second it.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any comments?
Yeah,
Commissioner DeVito?
right, I think this is a lovely event, but I don't think it's in the right location, it's in conservation land. But I've said that before, and I'm just going to point out, I think it should be moved farther down the lake to take it off the conservation land.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? With that, I'm gonna open it up to public testimony, public comment. Do you have something you'd like to say? Otherwise, I
I
think
think
we're,
Charles pretty much, said it all. If you have any questions I can answer, I'll be happy to answer.
okay, this is a beautiful event, and we thank y'all for doing this. We know that, you know, it does cost y'all time and it costs you money, and so we appreciate y'all doing this for the community. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So moved. Let's move on to the request to issue an RFP for cleaning services.
Thank you, Mayor. This item, we've just been not getting satisfactory service from our cleaning service. They've actually stopped coming. We lost the key to the building, which is why we rekeyed the building. So we requesting permission to put on RFP to get a new cleaning service.
I move that we allow the city manager to issue an RFP for cleaning services for City Hall.
I second.
I third.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any discussion? Now, I do want to ask though, I mean, is this something that we could do, and I don't know if we can, that when we get our RFP in, you're gonna have to bring that back to us, I guess.
Yes, I'll bring back the contract for your approval.
Okay. In the meantime,
We're gonna get a couple, 2 or 3.
we hope, and in the meantime, Karen and staff is having to,
We're taking out the trash.
they're taking out the trash, they're vacuuming the floor, they're
More hats, more hats,
toilet,
more
they're
hats.
doing everything here, so.
See, I told you they needed a raise.
Any other discussion on this?
Nobody dropped cross.
I'll open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comment? Seeing none, we have a proper motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so moved. Let's apply, approval to apply for the Ready Grant.
Mayor, this item is a grant opportunity through the St. John's Water Management District. We do water quality grants. And so typically they're for stormwater runoff sewer projects, and they can be for water projects in terms of conservation. We had a water audit done a couple of years ago where we had reported 8% leakage. As long as we're under 10%, we're not in an emergency situation. And this project would be to help address that 8%. We're going to apply for the north portion of Prospect from Central Avenue, either to the Boulevard, Lakeview, or on up to Palm, depending on the cost. It's up to $1 million. It is a cost share program. We can apply for a waiver of our portion of the cost. And obviously, if we were denied the waiver, we would decline the grant if we were awarded. We've applied for this before for Prospect, and we were not shovel ready. These projects have to be shovel ready. That's the reason for the ARPA money getting these projects ready. So the deadline is January 31st, in this month, and Mid-Hour Associates is going to prepare the application for us. And because over the engineering on the project. So I need your approval to make this application.
Okay. So a recommendation, a motion.
A motion to approve the recommendation given.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? I do want to make a statement to the commission that, and this has been shared with me, not multiple times, and I know Fred Fox's firm and Howard is working on these as best they can to find these for us. But we have some legislative proposals, and in those legislative proposals, should they get approved, and they are dealing with our water, dealing with our wastewater, if they get approved through appropriations, they go through appropriations and they're approved, and they go to the governor's desk for signature. Oftentimes he asked, was a grant application made? And so sometimes that can get in the way of us being able to, even though it's been appropriated, whether or not it gets approved or not. And so we just want to make sure that, I know that Charles, you've conveyed that to, and I know they're working on everything they can find right now as far as with our water issues. So I just want the commission to understand how important these are.
How long will it take them to come back to say if we got the grant?
I'd have to look that up. I don't know when the award would happen.
And with this, it says in there, they have to be completed within 2 years. No start later than June 30th of 2024. So we don't know when they're done. Yeah.
So Mayor, what are you saying, we're rolling the dice if we apply for the Water Management District grant?
I did not say that we're rolling the dice.
You know, that, in other words, if we get the grant, it could get in the way of our legislative appropriation.
No, I'm not saying that, no, because there's other options we're asking for. I'm just making a general statement that we probably are gonna see more and more water grants.
Yeah.
And that we have to make sure that we are actively seeking those for
The government
our
will-
appropriations.
If we didn't apply for a grant,
Right.
we may get denied by the governor saying, first see if you can get a grant, then we get an appropriation at a certain point.
Okay,
Well, I said we apply for everything, let's just roll where they are.
okay, so there's no disadvantage to it?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I thought that-
Because there's no guarantee that, we could get this and we could not get appropriations.
Yeah,
So we have to, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I think Commissioner Bailey and I understood the reverse, but, okay, so this is a good thing with regard to our appropriation
Yes.
request. Okay,
Any further comments on
I have a question about
this?
it.
Okay.
So Charles, when we put the money in to do the design for the North and South Main Street water main projects, I asked you, will there be any impacts on our heritage trees? And at that time, you told me, no, there shouldn't be. Now that the design is underway, would you tell me anything differently?
Well, I couldn't speak to South Main. We were looking at the time of North Main, and my understanding is it'll be on the east side of the street. And just a visual survey at that time looked like we were okay. The tree in front of the former Masonic Lodge is out of the right of way, it's pretty close, we may have to bore under that root mass. But it's my belief that, by being on the east side, we're good for that AHP.
Okay, but what about South Main?
I'd have to go look at that. But I know along the park, at least in the right of way, there are no trees between the sidewalk and a curb, which is where this would go.
Actually, there are.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
not
we don't have any
maybe
funding
what
for
we're
that project.
discussing right here, so that's a whole nother issue, so I
I
think that's the question that right now what we have before us is the approval of this grant,
Applying.
applying for the grant.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have, any public comments on this? No public comments, do we, Commissioner, I want to make sure we have no further questions regarding this. Okay, with that, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Okay, so moved.
Here, the next item is continuation of our dealing with the police pension fund. The board, the former board met to vote to dissolve the former fund and to establish the new substituted trust. They also, the new substituted trust will have a three-person board. It's chaired by Mr. Chair, our HR specialist, Sheila Walker, and then they need a third trustee. That previous board recommended Al Simmers, who was on the previous board, and he volunteered. They made a formal recommendation to you to appoint him to the new substitute trust board.
Commissioners, would you like a motion?
I move that we appoint Mr. Al Simmons to Crescent City Retired Police Officers Trust Fund.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion?
No. Never mind.
This is, recall that we just redid the police pension and changed it. Okay, with that, do we have any public comments? The public comments, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, so Mr. Simmers is now our substituted person.
Here, the next item is appointment of residents to various commissions and boards. I'm going to do a list of the four boards that have vacancies. Planning and zoning has one, trees and gardens has one, historic preservation has two, code enforcement has one. We received applications that are in your packet, and then that was by the time the packet went out, then we received several afterwards. Of the three in your packet, Mr. Dan Dodge has withdrawn his application. And of the three you received, which were Ms. White has withdrawn hers as well. So my request to you is to work with what you have and fill the vacancies that you can. Each one indicates what they're interested in serving.
Well, I did a little chart today that I emailed to the clerk and the city manager, but I don't know if y'all saw it. And I didn't print it out. But basically, it looks like Mr. Laurie is the only remaining applicant for planning and zoning, except for Ms. McCoy, but she put preservation board as her first choice.
You know, before we talk about it, I really have something to say here.
Okay.
Okay, and this is something I never thought I would have to say here in Crescent City. But, Mrs. McCoy, and I know her pretty well, I never would have expected this. But there's a problem, there was a problem with Mr. Dodge as well. Both of them, I don't think that they're very sincere in what they want to do for the city. I think they've shown that they can be influenced by outside people by signing a petition to take me out of office. By doing that, it really kind of shows that they're really not necessarily for the commission, for the city. I wouldn't trust somebody like that, especially the outside influence is what bothers me most. To be influenced that way to do that, just, you know, I think, I'm not gonna say it's wrong, people can go ahead and recall me, do what they want. But because most of the pressure seems to be coming from the outside, I don't know if she would necessarily have Crescent City in mind for Crescent City citizens. I'm just gonna make that statement.
Okay, thank you. You know, the only thing I have, I do have a concern, Charles, and I wanted to share this with you, is that we had, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, we had that you should get your application, you had to get your application in by the time, for this go around, you had to get your application in by the time, the packets went out, which was supposed to be last Thursday. Is that correct? Is that ever
Well, that was a
advertised?
Facebook post that I did
Okay.
saying, if you want to be considered in January, the deadline is, I think it was the 5th.
Uh-huh.
If we receive it after that, we'll make that consideration in
February. Okay, so right now we have 3, is that correct? We have
Down to 2
3.
now.
We're down to 2. So we have, BJ Lori, which is looking to do the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then we have Cynthia Wheeler.
Now, I also have a Gene Bowerman.
That's one of the ones that was added to your packet.
That were added to the packet. So what I'm saying is, in fairness, I think if you put that out there, and even if it's social media, Bobby, would that be considered advertising that we have to stand by that?
Wait, say that again?
So we have, Charles made a statement that we were going to accept applications for this go around, for these openings, and if you wanted to get your application in, you needed to by, what, Thursday? You gave Thursday of last week, is that
It's the
correct?
5th.
The 5th, okay, but January 5th. We got these 3 applications. One has since removed their application. And then after the fact, we've continued to get applications, I think even up to maybe yesterday, today. But those should probably be considered in February. So that's what I'm asking you, should we only, in fairness, consider these that we have before us, or? Because that's how it was stated.
These are turned in and.
If I could, I looked on the website, there was nothing on the website.
Did you hear about what I'm saying to him, that he did it on, even though he did it on social media? Because several people came to me and said, you know, if they were gonna do it, they had to get their application in for this round. And so that's what I'm asking about.
I was just trying to find the exact, I don't.
It was not on the website. The only thing I could see is if someone said, well, I'll turn mine in later because I didn't make the deadline for February. I'll do February, and then the position was filled in January.
So then my recommendation would be is that we table this and we take it all up in February, and we have a deadline for all applications to come in fairness to all applicants, because we are continuing to get additional applicants, and I just want to make sure that we're not just taking, you see what I'm getting at with this? So what's your recommendation?
I mean, if it said that they were due on January 5th and they're not in,
They're not in.
then they're.
Okay, but wait a minute, when it's posted on our website, that these are the positions open and there's no deadline. It was only on Facebook that there was a deadline, and not everyone gets the Facebook post.
Well, those additional applications were also not in the packet, so the public didn't get a chance to review those, as if we had a previous issue.
So it's my understanding that then if you're not going to accept the ones that you accepted and put in the packet, that we have one remaining application for an opening that was timely received, and that would have been the one for planning and zoning.
No, we have 2.
We have 2.
Miss Cynthia Wheeler, she's new to the community, and she put in an application too for the tree and garden or the historic preservation board.
But not planning and
Yes.
zoning, there's only
But
one
not
for planning
planning,
and
there's only
zoning.
one for planning and zoning.
Right, that's what I was talking about.
Okay.
Okay, so we got one tree, one historic, or tree and garden is Miss Cynthia Wheeler. Are they here?
Yes.
Yeah, we got planning and zoning
I
too.
just want to clarify this first. So do we want them, maybe if they want to to speak to this?
We have public comment.
So don't we need a motion for an appointment?
We want to start with the tree board, I mean, with the planning and zoning,
Yes.
okay. Does anybody want to make a motion on the planning and zoning commission?
Yes, I have a commission that we appoint BJ.
He's the only one, right?
BJ Lori.
But we still have to do it.
Yeah, you go.
We just know BJ.
Yeah, well, I know it really.
Okay, so we have a motion to appoint BJ Laurie to the planning and zoning commission. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion? Okay, do we have any comment? Mr. Laurie, would you like to come up and speak? That's entirely up to you.
I don't think I need to say anything else.
Could I comment?
Okay, yes, I'll open it up for public comment.
Tracy Eckhart, 109 North Prospect Street. I'm on planning and zoning currently. There've been several occasions where, we've had to wait, to get a quorum. This last meeting, we waited 25 minutes, which I was not happy about at all. We're volunteering for these positions, and I really need somebody that I think can be there. And I really strongly urge you to appoint BJ, so we can have a timely meeting on planning and zoning and have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. With that, commissioners, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. All opposed, nay? No nays. Okay, thank you, welcome. We appreciate that. So let's move on to our tree and garden board. We have one vacant seat, and I know we have, Cynthia Wheeler. She is right now the one for tree and garden. And so,
Isn't Mr.
no, he removed himself.
Mr. Dodge?
Mr. Dodge removed himself, and I spoke to him, actually, I saw him on the street today, and he shared with me, that he just wanted to kind of get to know the community a little bit better. And so,
Where did I get the environment name?
It was added, we sent it to you after the packets went out. Did not go into
So
the
so this person doesn't qualify, is that what you're saying?
not that she didn't
We'll
qualify,
consider her in February.
we'll consider her in February.
Who's this?
So, before we make a motion, I would like to ask, Ms. Wheeler if she would like to, because she did put her application in here for two different ones. And I do want to point this out. It was shared with me that she was contacted, by a member of the commission, and it was, she was encouraged to go for a different one than she was going for, and I just don't know that that's something that a practice that we should do in the future. Let her kind of decide which one she feels her strength is in, and do that. So would you come up and speak as to whether or not? And welcome to the community. Welcome.
700 Huntington. I'm a little nervous up here.
No, it is. I know, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to it.
So I don't know what I would be better for, because I really enjoy gardening, but I also really like historic buildings too, so. So I didn't know how many people are on each of the boards, because I'm new to the area, so how many people are on each of the groups?
We have five on the tree board, and we have 5 on the planning and zoning, plus we have two additional historic, and with the historic, that would be if there's a historic issue that would be coming before the planning and zoning commission, correct? Or,
It would come before the historic preservation board.
or, I'm sorry, historic preservation board,
We have 2 openings for that, correct?
yes.
Right, so I don't know, Mayor, I have something I would like to say about this, but of course, I want,
Okay, so Ms. Wheeler, what is your, I think the biggest question is especially when we put it, to either one of these, what is your background in historic preservation?
So it's more of the building aspect of it, not historic itself, even though I love history. It's more of, I've got contracting background-ish, so my husband and I like to do that kind of stuff. So, but I think I would enjoy doing gardens more than history.
Okay, the tree and garden.
Yes. So, if you consider me for that, that would be great.
So commissioners, Commissioner DeVito, you said you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so I'm the commissioner who contacted Miss Wheeler. I met her before at the Women's Club. And I don't really see any difference in me talking to her about it by calling her, or talking to her at the Women's Club, or you talking to Mr. Donovich about something. When people apply, they don't call me, I call them. I've done this before. I've met her, I talked to her at Women's Club. I knew she just moved here from up north. And Pat Maiden, who is nominated for chair of the tree board, just requested us that we appoint someone with horticultural knowledge, and also who knows North Florida gardening and trees. And so, although Ms. Wheeler enjoys gardening, the Tree and Garden Board has not had a problem getting a quorum. And I think it would serve our city better if we waited and considered more applications, particularly from someone who has a gardening background. I noticed the application deemed late. Judy White, she has a strong Florida gardening background. She's lived here for 30 years.
She withdrew hers.
Oh, okay, well, I'm just saying, whatever.
I'm just saying that she withdrew hers.
Right, but she was an applicant with gardening experience, and then Ms. Bowerman moved here from Christmas, Florida. She actually has an associate's degree in ornamental horticulture from Valencia Community College. So she was trained in Florida. She's been a garden center manager and has experience in woody ornamental propagation. She served on a civic association in her former town of Christmas. And I think that someone with that type of background would meet the request that Ms. Maiden made of us, that we appoint someone to Tree and Garden with Florida gardening knowledge. And so, and Ms. Wheeler has, I mean, I don't know that we I think it would be too, have to appoint anyone to either of these boards tonight. Ms. Wheeler, Ms. Wheeler is new here, but she does have construction experience, so she would be at least someone who would have knowledge of buildings, who can serve on the Historic Preservation Board, because that's partly what it's all about. We're gonna have to approve, we're gonna have people having to approve modifications to build to historic buildings.
Okay, first off, I want to, number one, I want to thank you to move into a new community and to get involved like that and to volunteer your services. That is, we appreciate that. That's what we're looking for in the community, and I appreciate you for doing that. So commissioners, we need to,
I think, you know, she expressed an interest in tree and garden. I'm not sure who she's talking about. She's not here tonight. She's not gonna be going on tonight, but Cynthia is a great name, by the way. And I just think that you're here. So, and you stuck through this meeting. I mean, that right there, everybody that sits here and stuck through this meeting deserves a medal, you know, of some type. And so that's kind of where I'm at. Appreciate it.
and you know, we do have changes on these boards from occasion, and it seems like the Tree and Garden has gone through a couple of changes. So, you know, for Ms. Bowerman, there, you know, there definitely will be an opportunity, and there's nothing to say that, you know, she can't get involved as well. So, but I need a motion.
No, I have to get a little clarification. Would you like to be on the historic board or the tree board? I'm asking you, I don't care what you do. That's what you have to decide.
I would like to be on the garden board.
That's what I want to do.
So I need a motion
I'd make a motion, she gets put on the
that
garden.
we appoint her to the garden.
Cynthia
Tree
Wheeler
garden.
gets put on the garden.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. We have some public comment.
Yes, I've noticed that she sat here through this whole meeting, and this was not one of the better ones. I have also sat through many of these meetings, and, you know, for her to sit here, being new and wanting to do, you know, speaking and saying that she wants to be on this tree board, I think is great, because that's the main thing. Now, I've also talked to Pat Megan as of today, and she said it'd be perfect if we could have somebody with North Florida plant experience. Well, we don't always get the perfect person with experience, but the want to sometimes
Sure.
is even more. I have also sat in this audience and been ridiculed by the same commissioner, not knowing any of my background, and I apologize to her because I felt the shudder through my bones because I've sat through it too. I suggest that you put her on the tree and garden.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, commissioners, we currently have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion before we take it to a vote? Okay, all in favor of putting Miss Cynthia Wheeler on the tree and garden board, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, so moved. Welcome. Thank you.
Yes, welcome.
And we're gonna start tomorrow morning. We will be covering plants out here. So Charles and I will be out there in the morning with stakes trying to cover the plants for the freeze that we're about to encounter for the dead plants that we tried to save this last time. So thank you and welcome.
And
And
all
yes, and with that, I think,
those, I have a comment.
yes, sir.
I listened to Ms. Burton a few minutes ago, and I'm a little bit appalled. I don't believe in weaponizing the candidates that go before this board, whether they vote for you or not, or want to get, sign a petition or not. It's a right as an adult to do what they want to do. If I was doing the same thing that you do and said everybody that voted for BJ is not going to be on the board, I think that's appalling. I think it's absolutely wrong. You cannot discern what people, they're adults. If they want to recall you, they recall you. If they don't, they don't. But you can't stand up here and tell, I'm talking that. You can't stand up here and tell people that because they voted for that they're not eligible for the board.
Okay,
That's wrong.
thank you. Okay, let's move on. We currently do not have, that doesn't leave us this time with an applicant for the Historic Preservation Board. And I would hope with that Historic Preservation Board, we're going to get some applicants that really have a background in historic preservation. I know that sometimes just because I was a member of the Historic Society, but that's the last person we want to ask about historic preservation. So I would like somebody with some background on that, code enforcement as well. I noticed nobody. Wonder why nobody wants to be on the code enforcement board.
I would like to be on the code.
Because they can't be, when you get your application in, put your application in, okay? So with that, we're gonna move on. Is that
Mayor, the
correct?
next item is the appointment of the chair for the Tree and Garden Board. The board made a recommendation that Ms. Mason to be the position, staff recommended it.
Okay, commissioners, do we have a,
I don't see her,
it's
what has her application?
it's gonna be.
She's a member.
It's
She
right
just
here.
needs to be appointed
It's right
chair.
here. So you're gonna go to the next here.
Yeah, there's no backup for that item, it's just a.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just-
She's currently, Pat Maiden's currently been serving on the tree board. She stepped in and she took over chair. She just stepped up to it. She's been acting chair and she stepped up to that. So all this is doing is informal. We're the ones that have to appoint the chair.
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, so,
Is she here?
I'll make a motion to put, Pat Mayne, is something on
no, we're good.
as chairman of the tree and garden board.
Okay.
I second.
We have a motion and a second to appoint Pat as chair of the tree and garden board. Do we have any discussion?
You know, I do have some discussion. It'll be quick. So Pat has helped us go through, we're trying to get our, application for the, bird trail, and Pat has helped us out tremendously, going through the plants and all that. She knows her stuff. And she's one to really hang out with, you'll enjoy her.
Yeah,
That's all
you'll
I'm
enjoy
saying.
Pat, and you'll enjoy her backyard too.
Yes, you will.
You'll enjoy her
Great.
backyard. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and she dedicated to the city.
Yes, she
Yeah,
is.
she really are, and that kind of people you want associated on these different boards, people that are dedicated to the cause.
Absolutely. Okay, with that, if there's no further discussion, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Can't happen. Okay, let's move on to the approval of the code enforcement software purchase. Pam and Charles?
Mayor, we might need a minute because we're trying to get them up on the.
Okay,
Mayor,
I'm
this
gonna, you
You
need,
want to go ahead and introduce the item,
you want to,
or
or
do you want to take a recess?
I can take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, so we have the next presentation on Zoom, so we're trying to make.
Okay, I'm gonna make a 5-minute. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Steve, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hang on, can't get you up on the wall to show your presentation. You plan to do a screen share?
Yes, sir. I can start whenever you're ready.
Well, we're not able to show it, so I need to.
Permission to screen share?
Oh, well,
So.
but we don't see it up there. What I'm saying is I could do a PowerPoint. Let me minimize this.
Okay, we ready to?
Almost. Okay, thanks. Thanks for trying. Oh,
Bye,
right.
guys, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll get you a packet for next Thursday.
I'll email it to you tomorrow.
Okay. Good to see you.
Is that too close to this?
Yeah, mute the volume on this.
Will we be able to hear this thing?
Yeah.
Just bring it over.
Don't know what to miss now. Some days I live on it. Have to have my
Four eyes. Yeah, we got a big tent, we got a. It's all a little things outside.
We're still getting to the speakers now.
As soon as it's off, then we'll.
Apply for like the state. Here, wine license, we should apply.
Oh, it's not showing this either.
So start out there. I just got done building. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Double all phones in the middle. Well, my business model is. So you drop it right off and you just.
Why don't we have it at all? I'm not seeing it going. This is a workout.
Yeah, that's for some reason, projectors are not.
Well, they have it in there. So, Steve, they have your presentation in their packet. We're not going to be able to project it.
Okay.
If I kill this here, will you lose connection? Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to be a voice from an owl, and they have your presentation in their packet, so you may have to refer to the next page or however you want to go through that.
Hey, that works.
We're having technical difficulties here. All right, hang on, we're recessed just to get this set up. So let me grab the mayor and we'll get started.
Awesome.
They're leaving. Do I get like a reward or something?
Right now. So we're suspending it there, but I hope £500 for that.
Nothing like coming back.
So I've been dropping off 5 biscuits, 12 pork butts, 20 every 4 days.
We try to do it here.
It's gone. Turn it over. I mean, it's gone. We're not getting rid of it now. I mean, there's salt on hot cakes. They have so much overhead and cost.
Well, I paid.
I mean, they were supposed to go last year.
But anyways,
Spend $700,000, $800,000. I tell you, you know what, for the loan. It was.
I'm so sorry.
Now it's
You open the door and you're like, wow, where are we?
I don't know what the deal is, but I don't like that idea at all. He had to all they got money. He had to put it all they got money. They go eat it. They got the money. I don't know what they're gonna open. I just said that go away. Why do you think they're open? Get everything ready. Yeah, and everybody is $300.
Oh, no, you, Diane, you're not leaving. Okay, I was gonna say, don't.
Keep my eyes crossed. Gee, I'm reading.
I'm bringing some food outside. Oh, I'm sitting down, hold on.
Okay, this recess is over.
Mayor,
The item.
this next item is a request to purchase code enforcement software, and I actually neglected to put in my cover that this is also permitting software as well, help our, with our permitting. We do have our consultant on the owl. You'll hear his voice, you won't see him, but we're not able to project his presentation. You have it in your packet. He's gonna go through that. Tam is also here to answer any questions you may have. This software has been recommended to us by other code officials who found it very helpful. And I think it'll modernize our code enforcement operations and our permitting and be benefit to us. So I'll turn it over now to Stephen. Are you there?
Yes, sir. First of all, I want to say thanks for taking the time to listen to me tonight. I'm sure that was at the top of everybody's list, so I appreciate it. I know everybody's time is precious, so I'll just get started here. So we're iWork Systems. We've been in business since 2001 with our market focus being in community development and public works software. Kind of what sets us apart is we're a web-based software. What that means is you can use the software from anywhere in the field, as long as you have a web connection. And the other things that set us apart a little bit is it's highly configurable. We know no two municipalities are the same. So what works well for you may not for someone else and vice versa. So we configure things to work what's best for Crescent City, from your permitting to your code cases, etc. The nice thing about our software is that we offer unlimited users, training, and support. So keeping in tune with the conversation of your meeting this morning, or this evening, excuse me, your different various members of boards, your code enforcement board, your planning and zoning, permitting, they could also have access to the software and wouldn't cost the city any additional funds. In addition to that, we provide ongoing training and support at no additional cost. So if you bring new people in or you have different people on the boards come and go, we can provide training to them so they can utilize the software to better aid the city. Any upgrades and enhancements are included with the software purchase. And then we also have an easy, ad hoc reporting system, which allows you to build reports to present in city council and, different various board meetings. As the city manager said, we do have a very healthy customer base in the state of Florida, and we have provided references to Ms. Pam and the city manager there, which they've reached out to. So one of the big benefits for the software for Ms. Pam is she can use it from the field, meaning while she's out working, she could take care of the code or compliance issues document via photograph. She could keep an accurate written log, as well as it cuts down on time coming to the office, printing things out, bringing it back to the residents. In addition to that, she's able to pull fast and accurate reports on fees that are associated with code enforcement cases, as well as the code enforcement cases themselves. Can really modernize things and make it super easy and efficient. Is there any questions about the software?
Is it iPad or tablet based?
Yeah, so it's coded in HTML5, so you could use it from a smartphone, an Apple, Android, laptop, desktop. It'll fit that screen automatically. Good question. Is there any other questions?
Yeah, I have one for Pam. Pam, have you taken a look at this?
I have,
Okay,
yeah, I like it.
okay.
This is what you want.
Is this more streamlined than what you've kind of been doing? Is it easy?
It would be very streamlined compared to what I've been doing.
Explain to them, Pam, explain just for everybody so they have an understanding.
Right now, I have an Excel spreadsheet and I track, calls for service on.
And it's in your office on your desktop.
Right. It's not user friendly, it's difficult to navigate. I have a separate folder that I keep my notice of code violations in on my computer. This would keep everything centralized together, the property owners, the notice of code violations, the pictures. I have a separate folder for pictures. If I need one for a case, I have to, go find it. This would keep everything centralized in one location. It would streamline the process tremendously. Would benefit Karen and the city manager both, because they could look and see, where I've been, what I've been doing, where we are on the case. If someone calls and wants to know what's happened with this, the information's right there.
We don't have to hunt you down.
Right,
And this will do permits as well, you said, right?
Yeah.
and permitting also. Special events permits, fence permits, maybe even business tax receipts. So if I see a new business, I can look up and I can see if they have a business tax receipt. If they don't, I can go talk to them. It would really streamline the process and makes the time that I have a lot more efficient.
Okay.
It would also, I'm sorry, it would also benefit us in the fact that, if somebody comes into the office and does a complaint, so say if Diane comes in and says, I want to complain about this property, it's overgrown, I can take her information, put it into the program, Pam can see it while she's on the road, swing by, take pictures, and then it just streamlines everything, so there's no more of this going on, like, writing down notes. Here, Pam, this came in today, it does streamline everything, like Pam said. I did the program with her. We both sat down and talked to this gentleman, and we were both really happy with it. Very easy to use.
Okay, great. Ease of use is important. Okay, Commissioner DeVito, you had a question?
Yeah, so, in a lot of code cases we've had over the past year since I've been a commissioner, where people are wanting the fine reduced or contesting it or whatever, you've said that there's no particular, like tickler file, or there's nothing really to tell you for old cases,
Yeah.
necessarily how long the fine is running or how it was doing or something of that nature. With this kind of system, would it have like a tickler for you, or?
Yes.
It would have a tickler system, so you would know when the fines were running or just whatever you want to know about a case.
Yes.
Now, the $64 question for me is, for all these old cases that are out there, I assume there's some, or do we still have cases where people have never paid and it's just unresolved? So would you enter those into this system, or would you just start fresh?
So if I can, we have a data conversion team that will work with Pam to take the Excel spreadsheet she has and different other forms, and they will work with her. That comes at no additional charge. If you look at the proposal I sent, I waived the fee for the data conversion and stuff, just so I could help Pam a little bit get this process. So it comes at no additional charge. She may not have a ton, but she will have a dedicated staff to help her convert any of those old cases and put it into the software. And any questions she has, she'll have someone there to answer those as well.
Okay, so I guess my question really I'm glad to know she can and that she has that support, but is that something you're planning to do or you are? Okay. In addition to going forward, you're gonna try to get the old stuff into the system.
Yes.
Well, sounds wonderful to me. And then I do have a question for the city manager.
Okay.
May I? So the total cost of this is
$2,000 annually.
just to, okay, and so we have a place for this in the budget already.
Yes.
Okay.
What about upgrades? Are the upgrades free? Are they annually or are they quarterly or?
Anytime we roll out upgrades for our existing customers, it's at no charge.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, can we get a motion?
I move that we approve the purchase of the code enforcement software that's been presented in this proposal from iWork.
Second.
We have a proper motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any other discussion? Moving public comment? Okay. With that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Okay, so moved. Thank you very much, and we appreciate it. We're sorry for the late hour.
That's okay. Y'all have a good night and have a good weekend as well.
You too. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Mayor, before I proceed, at our workshop on our rules and procedures, although we didn't adopt the new set of rules, it was desire was, I think, unanimously or merely a consensus to end our meetings at 10 o'clock, unless we choose to move on. We're going to consider that. I do the next two items I would like to at least get down there, decision items.
Okay.
The remainder are discussions where we can, my recommendation, we do a workshop in the afternoon where we just spend the day going through each of these discussion items. And come to some conclusion at those workshops. But I think tonight, other than these two decision points, could be another 4 or 5 hours with this many discussion items.
Okay, I would like, I thank you, and you're right. I would like to at least go, I would like to go down to, and take up the discussion of the honor for the band. If we could end there, so if commissioners, if somebody wants to make a motion for us to workshop these additional ones at this time, is that what you're looking for?
Well, even the impact fees that come before the band honorarium.
Okay, that's true, the
That's a long
impact fees, and that's gonna be a long
We
discussion.
can move the band up.
We can move the band up. Let's go ahead right now, and let's do the Pine Street, the surplus. And then we'll do the Pine Street, and then if everyone's in agreement at that time, then we can take up the honorarium and then put the rest of these to a workshop. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that.
So the next item is approval of miscellaneous items. In order to get rid of items, we have to declare them as surplus. We have purchased a couple new trucks, so we have some trucks to, the third truck, and I forget which one it is, we will eventually get rid of it. We're still utilizing it somewhat, but we want to go ahead and get it approved for surplus. These are all old trucks, high mileage trucks. Shower stall was actually donated to the city, but I thought technically we'll surplus it and we'll sell it on eBay or something.
It's in very good shape, by the way, if anybody needs
It's new, it's brand new.
last shower,
And then,
bath and shower, goes from the annex.
We have miscellaneous lawn equipment, weed eaters, edgers. It's actually the old generators that we were replacing. We want to surplus those as well.
You want to add that to this, or just?
Add the generator, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna add the generator to that. Okay, commissioners, do we have a motion for approval?
I move we approve the liquidation of the equipment to include the generators.
You have a second?
I second.
Okay. We have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Anybody have discussion? Okay. With that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. I didn't ask for public comment. Is everybody good on the public comment? Okay.
Mayor, the next item is a follow-up to our recent workshop on traffic calming. So my request would be, based on that workshop, to install speed bumps at the intersections Pine and Reed, and I think it's Orange and Pine, at stop signs, and then remove the barricades. And the nature of those bumpers are temporary, where we decided it was a bad idea. After all, we can remove them. I did get a price on asphalt, rather large, 12 inches wide, tall lump. For 10 of them for about $37.50, more expensive option. It would be permanent. They would mill the road and pour this, and we'd have to grind it off if we decided we didn't like the results.
Okay, but we couldn't do that right now, correct?
Well,
Because of the
it's too
weather.
cold, yeah, he would have to wait till a warmer day and so forth. So my request is approval to place the temporary bumpers at those two intersections and remove the barricades after we place the bumpers.
Okay.
I received an email this morning from a gentleman who lives on the block, and his only request was that we implement the bumps before we take down the barricades.
Yeah, I think you may have sent that out to everybody.
I think you did, but I just want to bring that up, and
Yeah,
I thought that was a good idea, safety sake.
that was a very nice gentleman who came in here.
Yeah.
And spoke.
New to the community.
Yeah.
I think he's really.
No, he was home with his wife, Jean Bowerman. That was Jean Bowerman's husband. They had to go out of town today and were tired, I think, for a long time.
So,
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a recommendation from, staff recommendation. Do we have a motion to accept that staff recommendation?
I make a motion to accept that staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, I would like to mention, I've been out there and I've looked at that a couple of times. If right now the barricades go all the way, across the right of way. And basically, I think if you don't, and I don't know if Public Works did this on purpose, but on the west side, I guess on near Reed Street, there's also some, trees and moss and stuff piled up there. I don't know if they did that on purpose to make it impact. Well, but the bottom line is on the other side where the barricades end, people are driving around it. You can clearly see there's a dirt path worn in the ground. So to me, if we're gonna put in the speed bumps, we also need to put something to block the right of way at the speed bump point so that people can't just veer around them.
I understand it. Well, my feeling is, one issue is running that stop sign. So if they're running at a speed, they're gonna go straight through now, it's open again. And then they'll hit our bumpers on both sides of the intersection. So if they're coming to a slow stop, they're probably, there'll be no reason to go over into that new little path. They'll just be at the stop sign and roll through. So if they were to use the path to avoid the bumpers, they're not at speed, the speed of running the road, they're still having to slowly go through there and.
Right, but the dirt bikes and ATVs can go through there very easily, and the neighbors are very worried about speeding ATVs and dirt bikes. And if there's a way to block the right of way.
We'll take a look at it. I think a lot of that's on private property, but I'll take a look at what's in the right of way.
I'm gonna, Captain Usry, I think, would like to speak to that.
What I have seen historically is when you don't put those all the way across the road, when they come through there, they're still gonna run the red light, they're still going out, so lane go.
We're gonna go both.
All the way across.
I don't think Mr. Miller would mind if there was some kind of obstruction so that people can't just, drive around it.
And we'll have to,
I mean, obviously, you have to talk to them.
I'll take a look at it.
and we'll have to speak directly to Mr. Miller about that.
Right. Then also, I would like to bring up, Chris Coleman requested speed bumps on South Main. And actually, Mr. Brandon Brown's letter that we all got actually asked for the speed bumps to also be put on South Main Street.
I
That
can
was,
do that as well.
that was Mr. Coleman who was hit in his yard
Right,
by a
and
car.
that's a different agenda item, and I mean, that's a different issue from this Pine Street. So we probably, to do that with those, or we're gonna need to put that on the agenda.
Or just add it.
I would add it to
Okay.
the, add it to the motion, yeah.
Steamboat City.
Add it to the motion.
Yeah, cause you been coming in,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Charles has an opportunity, he just, I believe they're on sale right
I
now.
looked it up, they're on sale.
They're on sale, so, you know, I don't know how many you're gonna need, how many you're gonna, are you good? You don't need to do
If you
it.
approve it, no, I don't think it's so.
Okay,
Is it buy one, get one?
No, it's like 30% off or something.
yeah, so
It's
it's
good.
a good deal, so now,
Buy two, get
so
one
now's
free.
the time to, if we're gonna do it. So I just wanted to make sure we didn't need to do that separately. Okay, so we have a current motion, and, second, do we have any further
Do
discussion?
you want to amend that motion to include South Main?
I would, I would amend my motion to include South Main as well.
Okay,
I'm getting a second.
okay.
Opposite.
Okay, and that's opposite, I thought, because he made the motion, so,
Oh,
Commissioner Banks, you're gonna have to amend your motion.
Amend your motion.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make my motion.
To include South Main.
To include South Main.
Okay, now,
I forgot
now,
about
do you
that
want to do
motion.
your second?
now I'll amend my
Okay,
second.
now you do your
Accept.
second.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this? We're getting a little punchy at this point in time. No public comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Okay.
Nay.
Okay, so we have, it's assenting, so, but it passed. Thank you.
So I request we go to the honorarium.
Okay,
This is for the high school band that came out and played, actually on several occasions, they played with the Secretary of State.
yeah, they did.
And they are constantly in fundraising mode, so.
And so we need, and your recommendation is how much?
Well, I think at least $200. We have a budget line for this.
Okay,
Well, didn't we bring this up for the Christmas parade and they did the Veterans Parade and then they did the.
No.
they didn't do the veterans, they did the light up, they did
The
the
light,
light,
that's what it was.
they did the light
I know
up,
they've done
and they
three,
did the
though, right?
Secretary of State.
I think Mr. DeVito's request was $300 to $500, is that correct?
Yeah. So actually, I would like to make a motion that we provide an honorarium for the Crescent City Junior Senior High School Band in consideration of their playing at public city-sponsored events in the amount of $300.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and, for 300 with a proper second. Do we have any discussion?
Yeah, let me discuss, because, you know, I really don't think it's, I ain't got no regret. I really don't think they do, our high school on this end right. We have to wear, our band have to wear some of, like a high, uniform pants rather. And man, it's always been like that. I used to go to the school board meetings regularly, but I stopped. And that was one of the problems. And a lot of them were reporting that they don't support them out there, all they do is basically fund the biggest of their money to the high school in Palatka, or the band and situation like that. And Crescent City, down on this end, would have to get part of the football, game, this place where they sell food at there, would buy that up with the football team. And, you know, I didn't think that was right, but I couldn't voice my opinion, because you had to write it down before you go in the door. Yeah, to me, that was one-sided, it shouldn't have been like that. I didn't want you to say that.
Yeah, stop putting, they deserve it down there in Crescent City. Okay, so with that, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion?
Yeah, I have one more discussion. You said that we have a bucket of money for the high school.
No, just aid to other organizations.
Like we give to the library, we give to the library board every year.
We didn't quite expend it all last
Yes.
year. It's just there, if you have something like this, we have a place to pull it out of the budget. We have $2,000 in there.
No, I just know that there's some people that would agree to give the money, the tax dollars. I mean, you get tax dollars for schools. And most schools, earn their money, you know, they sell stuff and they sell candy bars and they, you know, I'm just talking the teachers that I know from like Orlando and St. Pete, where I'm from, you know, up north. It never really came out of the city tax dollars per se. I'm not against this because I just love them to death and I think they need the money, so it's not that I'm against it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we, you know, if we hear some of that. I mean, I do know that when we talked to them, they said, well, you know, you got us for the Christmas lights. However, we're so busy in Willaca because the women's club in Willaca supports us. So hopefully if we support them in Crescent City now, maybe we can tap on the door and say, do this for us.
Yeah, they say that.
Like, I would like to see them, I mean, I would like to see them for the march on Monday, I mean, but I do know,
You can't do it short notice.
I know, but I know that this, our current band director, that she really tries to get them as much exposure as possible and to travel with them. And there's just, unfortunately, the schools right now, they really are not funding our arts programs the way that they deserve to be.
I agree with that, but I would like to take one step forward further is those uniforms they have, and most of those kids and stuff chip in and pay for a lot of those themselves. They're very expensive. I've seen some of those uniforms go for $900 a piece. And in my opinion, they did 3 concerts for us, let's say, and I would like to see them get $200 a piece for it, and $600. We got a little money. If we're not gonna support these kids in the arts and stuff, who is? They came, they played. In my opinion, $300 is kind of a slap in the face to them saying they're not worth it. It's my opinion.
I don't know that, what's the third event that you have them?
The Christmas was one, then they did,
Secretary of
the
State.
Secretary of State. I thought they did another.
They played at Winn-Dixie recently.
But that was.
My mistake. My mistake. I thought they did 3. I'd give them $200 a piece. Even so, $200 for 2 plans for them to come all the way out. We gotta support these kids. Nobody else is doing it.
Okay. So we have a current motion right now for 300. Do we have any public comment on this? No public comment. We have a current motion for 300 with a second. Let's go ahead and address that one. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, so moved. And with that, as Charles has suggested, the rest of this, that we need to go ahead and put this into a workshop.
I would recommend we spend an afternoon, we bring in lunch and start out that way
And workshop.
spend a couple hours on each one. of these.
Well, Mayor, I have a question.
Okay.
So if we're going to have a hard stop cutoff time, we cut off the agenda, the city manager's report, the city attorney's report.
I still plan to take those up. What he's
Okay.
talking about is these agenda items that are still left here, except for those additional reports and comments.
Okay, I'm sorry, that wasn't clear.
Okay.
And then, some of these agenda items were things that I requested.
Yes.
I don't know that they need to be a workshop, they could go on the next agenda. I really don't know.
My consideration was a discussion item, could take several hours rather than,
I don't think
no
so.
action,
I don't
based
think
on
so.
our history.
And let me say this.
It's already 10:30.
Yeah, let me say this. When anytime we come in at 6 and stay up in at 10, our mind is getting off the commission. So we need to put a point.
We're punchy already. This is
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, because we go to make a decision that is not there.
So Charles, do you want to send out to us some recommended, workshop dates that we can all, or a workshop date that we can take this up for discussion? Can you do that? Okay. Okay. So, in order to do that, everyone, I'm gonna need a motion to table these items and move them to a workshop.
I make that motion.
I'll
Second.
second it.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay? Okay. With that, let's go to the city manager. Charles, we have
Nothing to point out in my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
okay. Everybody got a copy of his report in your packet. Do you have any questions of the city manager?
Actually, I have a question relating to the, Better Place Plan budget. If I could find it, comparing it to the schedule of the chart of accounts. Well, do you have the chart of accounts that was in our folder?
Yes, it should be in your packet, maybe in the front sleeve.
It's in the front floor.
Right, I've got it. My question is about, the pooled cash for the Better Place Plan funds. And I'm trying to find my budget that we just worked on. Okay, well, Charles, if you can find the budget, that would be great. I'm still looking for mine. I was curious, but my question is, in the amended budget, the Better Place Plan figure is only like $300 and something thousand. But in November and December, the Better Place Plan full cash is 524 and 511.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that and see what is.
Okay, I can find everything but the figure for Better Place Plan. I'm sorry, I should have written it down. Okay, so the proposed, this is my question. The proposed amended budget for Better Place Plan is 383,011. So it's very different. So that would be the amount of money that we had on what date? On
Start of this.
on October 1st. So I don't know, I guess I just want to know, and I guess you'll have to look this up, how we went from 383 on September 1st, and then by November, we have 524. Is that,
I'll find out, yeah.
okay, maybe it's our tax.
We had ARPA money in there for a long time, much to my continued direction to take it out of there. So I'll have to look back and see.
We also
what the
had
detail
money in there for the pole barn. It might still be in there because, part of that was still budgeted, so that's possibly still in there as
I'll have
well.
to get a detail.
Yeah. Okay, he'll get you with a detailed report on that. Do you have anything else regarding his,
No, nothing else for the city manager.
okay? Anybody have anything else to talk? If not, Bobby, do you have anything? Okay, Bobby's good. Commissioners, do we have, any items of discussion?
I have a couple of things. They're all short.
Okay,
Okay, this is something at the legislative delegation meeting in Flat on Monday. I don't know if you were in the room at a particular time towards the end. A representative from the Electrification Coalition presented, and basically there is quite a bit of money for rural communities and cities for electric vehicle charging stations.
I was there, I heard her and got her card.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I emailed her, so I have some information, so
Okay.
I'll forward that to Charles. As well, there's the, I don't know what the next one is, there's the Institute for Elected Municipal Officials by the League of Cities. I never went to that, it's like, I think a 2-day course. I think it's very helpful, particularly in understanding the budget. Commissioner Bailey might want to look into that, or anybody else who's never gone. And also, I guess we know that our legislative proposals are due by no later than February 13th. You know all about that. right?
Yes, he knows all about that.
Okay, and then, the final thing is, Mayor, I thought you did a great job presenting our legislative issues. But I was somewhat uncomfortable that you brought up an issue that we didn't vote on about the recall while we were still standing there because we didn't vote on it. And I thought that's an example of something that, I wasn't sure what you were referring to when you said a different hat. But to me, that would be more appropriate to wait until the end and then go up as an individual.
Okay.
And I would.
Well, I'll speak to that, okay? I did say this is as the mayor and not as the commission and as an elected official. And at that point in time, we had all of our elected officials for the county in the room. Okay, it was all about recall reform. And we have currently, there is Representative Joel Redmond. He is out of Milton and Navarre, and he has filed legislation for recall reform, which opens it up to those non-chartered counties. So it would mean all the municipal officers in a non-chartered county, which is what we are, as well as the constitutional officers. And so I felt like that's something that should protect all of us. And right now, you're not subject to it, okay? You're not subject to it. In a year, you will be. And you can take an action today, and in a year, a group could come after you as well. We have to put you through that. And so I just think that, well, wait a second, let me finish, okay? I made it very clear that I was speaking as a mayor and elected official and not as a commission. And it was, I think, with all of our municipal officers, and I've had quite a few of them come up and tell me, thank you. But it is something, and I will, separate myself from that if I need to and work on it in Tallahassee. But there's reform that could happen, and we just have to make sure that what we do here is that we're able to do our jobs and not have to worry about decisions we make and have to put the city through that unnecessarily. Now, there could be cases where you are going to need to do that, absolutely. And I just think that that's something that needs to be looked at. So,
Okay, if I could respond.
and I'm gonna.
Okay, I think it's,
I get your point. I get your point.
Okay.
Point taken, and I did it, and I'm done with it.
Okay, but I want to speak to the recall issue because I don't want there to be any mistake. I don't like the environment where, as you pointed out in the delegation meeting, people have to be afraid to take an action to fulfill their responsibilities. I don't believe in turning towns or any other jurisdiction into an armed war zone, which is what I think the recall provision tends to do. So it's not that I think that's a great idea as a whole. It's just a matter of wearing the proper hat and speaking, making sure that there's no confusion about that. So, and I understand when you say you're.
And I did, and let's make it very clear that I never stated who was being recalled. I never asked for any help with that person in their recall. I just stated recall and general reform. I just want to make sure that's.
I took it to the opposite. I was standing behind you and trying to support the city, and when you brought that up, I wasn't aware you were gonna bring it up either. And then when you asked for his help, that appeared to be you looking for a political favor to subvert a due process of law that's written in the books. And I'm just telling you what, I'm standing behind you, listening to this, and there is a process that if a commissioner does do ill deeds or whatever, an impeachment, if you will, just like a president, just like everything else. If I go out here and shoot somebody, I doggone sure need not to be sitting here.
Well, if you go out there and shoot somebody, you won't.
You may not be, but what I'm saying is, there's a process.
Okay.
Now, I am not for or against a recall, whatever things goes that I'm saying that now. I am not proposing, I've never posted anything says you need to get rid of her. I am not that. But on the other hand, it looked to me like you're standing in front of the representative asking for a favor to subvert that. That's what I got right then and there standing behind me.
We had other people standing there and they all heard me, I believe,
Yeah.
say,
I
recall
got 10 phone
reform.
calls myself that goes, hey, were you part of
I
that?
find that interesting because all the people in the room were elected officials that could be affected by that. And so I don't know, it wasn't videotaped.
So any elected official could be impeached. When we signed up for this job, there's that
Okay.
possibility. I don't care who
Okay,
you are.
I'm not
what goes
gonna
on.
debate this with you.
Well, me
because
either, but I'm just
I
saying,
feel it's
don't put me in
inappropriate.
that position again. If
I-
I'm standing
I just
behind,
wanna say something here, because I am the person being recalled at this moment,
that's fine.
okay? It is fine, people have every right to recall me. The way that this city has been recalling me, however, really kind of comes into question. And it's okay to recall me if I'm a lousy ass commissioner, okay? But I'm not. And the way that it's being presented to our public here in Crescent City is terrible. And I'm just gonna leave it at that for tonight. And, you know, CJ, you're sitting there and you're saying, boy, you know, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, well, you were sitting right there when they were signing the recall petitions. You were sitting right there with them
You
all.
know, I sat there.
And that's okay, because that's your right
Wait
too.
a second, wait
I
a
sat
second.
That's
there.
your right too.
And I sat there and asked them.
Point of order. You're out of order, both of you. Right now, we're out
Okay,
of
but
order.
you're not gonna sit here and put, she asked a simple thing, and it's something that I brought up, and I was very much against it when Judy West was recalled. I don't think, you know, in Florida, you can recall a municipality, but you can't recall the governor. You can't recall a state senator. You know, you can't recall, you can only recall the little people.
Governor can be impeached. Governor can be removed.
Okay, point taken on both of your, on everyone's side. Point taken, okay? I did what I did, I'm not gonna say I'm sorry. And I never in any way asked for him to get involved in this. And this recall, I asked him to look at, I asked them both to look at reform of our recall.
That to
do
me
you
was asking for a
understand?
political favor and I'm
That's
standing
not
behind
a
it.
political, that's not a political.
With this, I would like to make a motion. My motion is to adjourn.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn, all in favor?
I second.
Second,
Good night.
good night.
Good night.